Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. And I am really discombobulated and forgot that I should probably tweet all of this out because I don't normally stream on Fridays. And I totally forgot to do that until like right now. And I'm kind of behind, so I already, yeah, I'm kind of behind and I'm kind of scrambling to do all these little last minute things that I normally do. Anyway, I have tweeted and blue skied it out so that everyone knows. Because I'm also like, what else do I need to do? Oh, right, this, and this. And at least I got the intro song done because sometimes I've forgotten to do that too. Anyway, welcome everyone to this Friday evening, afternoon. I'm doing a shorter docket. I only have 2 dockets today. Because my goal is to make these a lot shorter so that I can still have an evening after this and I'm not so burnt out. Because it might be a bit shocking, but you know, doing this, sitting here, talking news, talking almost nonstop for 5 hours, takes a bit out of you. It does. But there's some bonus material for people if there's like super chats and stuff of that sort, because I've been slaving away at that TYT. I don't know, is it a documentary? It's not a documentary. My TYT video essay. I've been slaving away at that, and I pretty much got the Francesca segment done. I just need to finish cap it off, and then that one is done. So, since it is a bit of a longer segment within that TYT video essay, if I see $30 in super chats, I will give you all a sneak peek. How about that? Also, I'm going to do something I don't normally do, but when we get closer to it, I'll get your guys' opinions if you think you want to see it. An older video of mine that I haven't rewatched pretty much since I posted it, but it's relevant again. And so it's actually not that long either, so we could potentially watch that in context with one of my stories later on. Let me know if there would be any interest in watching me watch me and seeing how well a video from like I think it was 2 or 3 years ago aged. Anyway, so far in the sandbox we have Beat Cat, Looney Tunes 9000, Flow Snake, Soul Life, Guitar Guy 80. Let's see. Beat-Cat, if you refresh, you'll probably see how many likes it actually has, because I run into that problem too. When you like it, it doesn't show any change. Let's see. Hello, Shmegly. Shmegly, right? That's what you get for me going over a year calling you Shmegly. Gotta correct it sooner than later. Hello, Jet. Let's see. I think I said hi to everyone. I'm always worried that I miss people. You know, ADHD, I have a hard time remembering if I actually said hi or not. Oh, I cares. Cares? Sirs? Soul Life. Great Looney kept asking for 5-hour streams and it burned Sandy House. Now we only get 1 hour now. No, it's more my fault than anything else, because I knew going into all of this, I have the tendency to ramble, which is good when you're a live streamer, and I have a hard time doing things short. That was my biggest struggle when I was working with Rebel HQ, is to make short videos. I'm not that good at doing that because, you know, I feel the need for nuance and getting into details and all this sort of stuff and making sure I check all my sources and stuff. So, you know, I kind of figured this might happen. And the more comfortable I get with it, then the more I wanted to do. And yeah, so it's on me. It's on me. But, you know, I would like to actually, uh, you know, relax afterwards. Soul Life, it's not on Ukraine. It's about the Queen of Canada. Sears equals Sayers. I said that right. C's equals Sayers. Okay, got it. Got it. Sears. Hello, Paige Larson. Uh, so yeah, well, we'll see. I did some funny things. I tried to be funny in that video that I made a couple years ago about the subject we're going to be talking about today, because it came back up in the news. And especially for you pawn jumpers, you might not know that Canada has a queen. Yep. Uh-huh. Totally, really serious queen. It's a good bit of Canadian lore, and it's a bit lighter, and we kind of need that right now, I feel like, because the world's going to shit. So we need that. And I also have some stuff to cover about Palestine and whatnot. Again, nothing of the heavier sort, just some connections and whatnot. But yeah. Let's see. And I'm already getting distracted. Paige Larson, I saw the title was Queen Arrested, and I just knew it was the Queen of Canada. I had hopped into Kevin Logan's YouTube channel, which everyone should go check out. Also on the other side of the pond. I was mentioning that Canada's queen got arrested in the comments. He had no clue what I was talking about. It was adorable. It's nice to live in that world where you don't know some of these things about other countries. And it's like, yeah, ignorant bliss about some things. But I think back when I covered it, there was a bit more of a serious undertone to it, but then I made it completely silly. But yeah, it's Looney Tunes 9000. I thought Canada didn't have a fucking queen. Well, we technically did have a queen, and she died. Canadian Twitter that day was very interesting. You see, I never know what to say about that because I don't want to offend any of the pawn jumpers. If any of the pawn jumpers are like seriously into the monarchy, but over here in Canada, we're not. We're not. It's basically we haven't gone away from being part of the monarchy because, and I'm kidding you not, it would take work. It would be a lot of effort. And no matter which party would propose it, even though I would imagine the majority of Canadians want it, it would immediately become, the opposition would immediately become anti breaking away from the monarchy just to, you know, be contrarian to the party in power. And then it would be a whole big thing. And then it's like, well, what do we move to? And all this sort of stuff. So it's basically what it comes down to is it would take a lot of work, even though, yeah, we're not, and there's proof behind it that even the queen, the real queen, knew we weren't that into her. And there's a little thing about that I learned that I thought was interesting that I'll share with you guys when we get to that section. Let's see. Yeah, she has also declared herself the queen of the universe at some point. I was busy preparing for my stream, Looney Tunes 9000. And just kind of briefly catching other stuff in the background and whatnot. Are you? Just go, no. Go, Abernathy, go. You see, I put tinfoil around all of the cords so that he won't chew through the cords, and then he finds the tinfoil to be very lickable. And then I get worried that he's going to be licking up and chewing the cords again. Come on up. Come on up. You're being brat. I put a snack down for you. Come on. Like, I put a snack down for him so he shouldn't be so hangry. Let's get you seated. Okay. I'll give him a little bit of lap time. He seems to want attention like right now. It's just, he's a very heavy kitty, so it's hard. Ooh, Looney Tunes 9000 will be having the letter hack on his channel next Friday. Cool, cool. Flow Snake, there's all sorts of stuff people don't know about. You know, I was just chatting with a new internet friend about the beauty of flat Earth and lunar eclipse. Yeah. But yeah, so again, for people who are maybe tuning in a little bit like now, I've been working away at the TYT video, believe it or not. I've been making progress on it. And I had some of the notes already done up for what I wanted to cover with Francesca and her montages and stuff like that. And I pretty much have it done. I just need to put like an end cap on her segment. But if I get like $30 in super chats, then I will give y'all a sneak peek. And it's very bare bones sneak peek. Like I'm not, it's not like you're going to see a video. Like you'll see video clips, but you won't see a prepared video. It's kind of like when you see the behind the scenes of like a Marvel movie and you see all the green screens and no makeup and just dots on phase and stuff like that. That's pretty much the phase that my video essay is up to this point. But the next parts are also going to take a bit longer to put together because I didn't have them together already. So that's talking about like Emma and Sam and putting together their montages and segments. So I have a lot of notes for that. I already have some things clipped, but I need to put them in a cohesive narrative, which will take a bit of time. And then it gets into, you know, a lot of the issues that TYT has turned around on. And so again, I have a lot of them. I have like a lot of mini montages made for that, but I still need to put them all together. And then I have like a bazillion just random clips that I need to see which ones are getting put in to the and whatnot, which ones help with the narrative and all that sort of stuff. Lagella DeVille. Okay, so who's going to pay on behalf of us broke folks? Yeah. Like eventually, you will see it. You will see it. Soul Life is stuck waiting for an Uber to go downtown. No way in hell I'm spending $50 on a trip that costs $13 on Sunday. Ugh. I've never ordered an Uber on my own. Trying to think if I've actually ever been in an Uber ride. See, I usually just call the taxi. I'm old-fashioned like that. I call the taxi company. Yes, sweetie. But yeah, everyone, go check out my show on this space from Wednesday. And I talked a lot about, you know, the right to defend yourself and incarceration and restorative justice and all that sort of stuff. So it's definitely worth a watch. So yeah. Yeah, Looney Tunes want the sneak peek. Oh, well, yeah, you guys will have to, you see, some people can just pay smaller amounts. I'm talking about in total. I don't mean like a one lump sum, but, you know, anyway, works. Oh, God, cat. He's shedding like crazy, and I just put lipstick on, so it gets all stuck in the lipstick. But, yeah. He's so cute. There's his little face. There's his little face. Well, it's quite big face. But yeah, I only have 2 dockets. And then I have some stuff already kind of spaced out for Sunday's live stream because there will still be a live stream on my regular Sunday time slot. I'm just trying to break it up a bit. You know, do 2 3-hour long live streams as opposed to a 5-hour long live stream. So in essence, I'm breaking it up, but you're getting more of me. Probably, yeah. Because the last couple times I've tried to do this, I just ended up doing like 2 4-hour long live streams. Oh, actually, I think one of them was still over 5 hours. Anyway, you get the point. It's kind of like, you know, this idea that Doug Ford has about doing the tunnel under the 401 or just any extra highway to alleviate traffic. The problem is that as soon as you have it, then the traffic increases to fill it. It's a weird phenomenon thing that goes on. So it doesn't help with traffic. It just means that there's more traffic on their highway. Now that it's there, more people go, and then that one gets clogged up too. And I think that's that's what happens with me, is that I now have 2 slots that I'm trying to do these live streams, and suddenly it's like, nope, they're both going to be 5 hours long because there's so much news to cover. That sort of thing. Uh, let's see. He's so cute. He is a cutie. You are a cutie. Had a really weird morning a couple mornings ago where Lanier, my little orange guy, I woke up and he was scared. Like, he was scared of me. Like, I would try to approach him, but he would shy away, and then I would like slowly reach my hand out, and he kind of like would kind of it's not a warning, but it's a hesitation kind of, you know, a little swipe type thing. And it took him a while to warm back up to me, and I'm like, what the hell happened to you overnight, cat? Must have been like some sort of loud sound that he heard or something. I don't know, but he was really weird. And then I went onto my computer and I went to start my computer and I totally forgot my password. Like, it just was out of my brain. And I'm like, this is not good. Because I do it so automatically, it's just numerical. I do it so automatically, I don't think about it. And so then the instant I think about it, I can't remember what it is. And so I was trying to just put my hand over the number pad and not think about it, but it took me a good 10 times, and I had to restart my computer a couple times. It blocked me out for 30 seconds type thing. And it's like, yeah, this is, wow, okay. Let's see. Niels Idim. I just got 2 cats, Rex and Taxi. Neighbors think I'm crazy when I walk around screaming taxi. Hello, John Litham. Yeah. When I lived in Toronto, it was very easy to get a taxi. It would just be like, taxi. If you're in the downtown area, that was easy. You know, there were taxis all over the place. But yeah. This cat is, fall is coming. And the cat's coats know that. And he is just, I brush him a lot, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I've never had a cat that sheds as much as this one. Even long-furred cats never shed as much as this one. I'm covered in cat fur. Yeah, so I guess, why don't we get into it so I can quit stalling, and then at the end of the live stream, I can dilly-daddle. Is that the right word? Dilly-daddle? Hello, Marty. Yeah. So first, some news that I kind of caught, and somebody asked me about it on Wednesday during my This Space. JK, right. Wow, that is so weird. I remember their name. I'm horrible with names, so whenever I remember a name, it kind of blows my mind. Had mentioned it, I was like, I'm actually going to be covering that on Friday. It's, you know, Thought Police in the UK, you know? It's, oh, you know, like the Minority Report, not the Majority Report, but the Minority Report was a movie with Tom Cruise. That was supposed to be science fiction. Like, this idea that you can't even plan for things or you can't think certain things. This whole idea of like, oh no, fascism is around the corner. And it's like, you don't realize we've already turned that corner. It's already there. Like, we're in it. We're in it. If you're in a Western country, pretty much, you're in it. It's just, it looks different in the different countries, and it's not as severe. Like in Canada, it's not as severe as the United States, obviously. But, you know, we still have really disconcerting issues. And so some of you might be wondering if I'm going to be covering Mark Carney inviting up one of the creators of the 2025 project from the United States to talk. And I will be covering that on Sunday. Because there's a little twist in that story, because the guy that the liberal Carney invited up to talk about Project 2025 Well, it got canceled not because the liberals canceled it, but because the guy, the 2025 guy, had to back out for reasons. Rachel Gilmore also did a wonderful video on it, which I'll probably touch on when I'm covering it on Sunday. But I'm just, I'm looking at the UK, I'm looking at the US, and I'm thinking, this is not boding well for us. It's not boding well for us in the middle. Okay, go on, cat. Oh, Niels Edom, I got it so good here in Norway. That's a place I would absolutely love to visit. Because I've just seen pictures and it just looks so beautiful. Like, I love the mountains and the lakes and all that sort of stuff. Like, it just looks so, so beautiful. And I would love to visit there someday. But that would require, like, I don't know, money. And I wouldn't want to go by myself. Like, I'm not against traveling by myself, but... And in fact, sometimes I might like it because then I don't have to arrange things with people. I'm kind of very independent. Like, I used to go to the amusement park here, Canada's Wonderland, by myself, and I would enjoy myself much better than if I went with people. Because then I can just do what I want when I want. I don't have to be like, okay, we're meeting here. Or we have to go on this ride. Or you want to go on that ride? I don't want to go on that ride. Do you need to eat now? I don't need to eat now. Washroom, you to go. Oh, but there's a performance that I want to watch. You don't want to watch that performance. You want to watch the next performance. And it's like, yeah. So you can just go and do whatever the hell you like on your own. You can go on whatever ride you like. Like, sometimes, yeah, sure, it's nice to have company and whatnot, no doubt about it. But yeah, I would love to go travel to different parts of Europe, and but I don't have anyone to travel with, and I don't have any money, so that's probably not going to happen. But it looks absolutely beautiful there. Like, I've only been to the Rockies once here in Canada, and oh my God, that is, I love it. I love it so hard. Like the Mountwis train. That is, but driving around them is fucking nerve-wracking. Oh my God. I don't know how people do that sort of thing in the winter. Like, it's just to drive through the mountains, those roads. Like, it's just, ah. And then you see those little side offshoots every now and then for, like, if your brakes give out because you're riding them too hard because, yeah. I'm just like, not. It's very nerve-wracking. I can't wait for the day of flying cars so I can go and enjoy the mountains a bit better. Uh, Niels Edom, I live in a fjord. They are everywhere here. Well, now you're just bragging. Although I did see that movie, The Wave. That's a Norwegian movie. You see, I'm a natural disaster buff. It was my special interest, and it's still kind of in that category. Like, I still love consuming movies about, natural disasters and stuff. And every now and then I still love watching a documentary about natural disasters. But that was actually a really well-made movie. Shocking. Yeah, other countries can make movies. What? It was all subtitled, but still, I liked it. It was a good movie. Scary good movie. And it reminds me of that time in Alaska. Because of course it would, of the largest tsunami known on record. And it was half a kilometer high, over half a kilometer high, because it happens in fjords where part of the mountain will crash down into the water, which causes a massive wave. You see regular earthquakes, under the ocean, slip faults and things of that sort. So you have the subduction zones, which cause the actual tsunamis, because if it's just a slip fault, it's the ground going like this. So even if that happens under the ocean, it's not likely to cause an actual tsunami. But when you have a subduction zone, what's happening is this. So you got like this, and then it gets stuck as it's going under and then snaps back up. And that's what causes, like, the Indonesian tsunami and the one that hit South Korea, or Japan, I mean, sorry. Like, those are the ones that really get big. However, they tend to max out, those ones. Like, they will be bigger depending on if there's funneling going on, so like going into a bay and stuff like that. And so then you could have a lot more water going in and it funnels up and it makes it higher in some areas. But for the mega tsunamis, as they call them, the ones that can get hundreds of meters tall, it's through an impact. And that's generally it could be an asteroid hitting the ocean somewhere, or it's part of a mountain crumbling into the water. One of the largest tsunamis on record, too, happened at Mount St. Helens, and that was in a lake, oddly enough, but half the mountain pretty much fell into the lake, caused a really big wave. So you have things like that, like when Mount Krakatoa blew up, it fell into the ocean part of it, which caused a massive tsunami. And that's usually what's happening when there's tsunamis and volcanoes mixed up. It's not that the volcano itself is causing the tsunami. It's when it crumbles and falls into the ocean that the tsunami is caused. Because there's lots of volcanic eruptions under the water and stuff like that that don't cause tsunamis because they're not crumbling into the water. Sometimes they're just kind of poking out hot spots, make new islands that way. That's how the Hawaiian Islands started. Yeah, this used to be my special interest. Anyway. But yeah. That's why when I watch the natural disaster slasher flicks, as I like to call them, I always laugh at them because the tsunami portrayal in them is just so unrealistic. Like, it just, ooh, the tsunami washes over and then it just kind of disappears and there's no water. There's tsunamis like those where it just rushes inland and then it just keeps on going inland till it peters out into like a stream. Like, it just, there's that type. And then there's the type of tsunami in movies where it rushes in and then it's still water that you can like swim around in and stuff, which is just so unrealistic. But I love it. I love it. If you want to get one of the more realistic tsunami movies, you gotta go to The Impossible. And that one has a very young, oh, what's his name? He played Spider-Man. What's his name? The guy that played Spider-Man in the Marvel movies. He was like a kid though in The Impossible. And that's a good one. And then I also, since I got it on Blu-ray, got to see the behind the scenes on how they actually created it. So that's a good one. Anyway, I've been just like totally talking my brains off about tsunamis and stuff like that and earthquakes. If you want to know more about them, I'd be more than happy to talk. And we could actually, yeah, I don't know. Let's see what people are saying. Oh, now that I've just totally people talking about cats licking and biting. Yeah, I run into that both. So life, I never heard of these highway offshoots for braking, but I've never seen one in real life. You see them and you're glad they're there, but you're also, the reason why they're there has you unnerved. And it's just, you're driving along and you can look up and you see just this sheer rock face. And it's like at any moment, there's no way to predict a rock slide. Like, it just happens. It just happens. It just happens. Niels Edom, it's crazy that tsunami in Alaska or Canada recently. Which one? I don't remember which one. I haven't seen it. Recently? There's one in Greenland not too long ago. Yes. Hunga Tonga, I believe, is the name. It was the volcano that caused a tsunami a few years ago. Luckily, it wasn't a devastating tsunami, but it still took a lot of lives because, any rush of water into land is going to do that. Let's see. Well, there was an earthquake recently, too, in, I think it was Afghanistan. Just devastating. Shimegli, tsunami broke the Nord Stream pipeline. I don't think so. If you know anything about tsunamis, you know that it wouldn't do anything like that unless there was an earthquake under the pipeline, which would cause the pipeline to crash. But that would be the actual earthquake shifting land that would cause the pipeline to rupture, not the actual tsunami. Because if you're at the bottom of the ocean when a tsunami happens, you're not really going to notice much of a difference. It's not until you get in closer to land that you would notice a difference, and why people who are scuba diving at the time get totally freaked out and die. A lot of them will die because like you can go scuba diving when there's lots of big waves and stuff like that, but under the ocean you're relatively fine, but not with the tsunami, because what happens is as it's coming in closer into the land, what's happening is the reason why it bulks up is like imagine 100 square men running, and they run towards a steep incline, and so they're all running, but they need to maintain the same speed, and so they're running, but then as soon as the front of the line hits the incline, they will just naturally slow down, but the back is still running at the same speed, so they'll start pushing in, and then what will happen is some of them will be pushed in so much that they go over top like this. Now imagine on that incline there's a rug, and so what happens is that will then pull the rug down too, and that's the water receding when you see that. And so then what's happening is you get this big churning motion going on in these currents and stuff like that. So people who were scuba diving at the time, especially in Indonesia, they said that this sometimes it would just be like at the bottom of the ocean and then up at the top and stuff, because the currents are actually very they're turning and turning, which helps the bulk up, and that's where you get the big bulge of the wave. And because if it's just surface waves, you don't get that sort of thing. It's the difference between like having a glass of water and blowing on the water and seeing waves versus clunking the glass of water down and seeing the wave kind of go up and over the edge of the glass. And yeah, I'm sorry. This used to be a special interest. Anyway, we should probably actually, was it Pakistan recently? I think it was Afghanistan actually. And it caused a landslide, and the landslide killed hundreds of people. It's sad, it's sad. Anyway. Looney Tunes, LMA. Oh, I'm listening to RFK Jr. cry and shit himself during testimony. Is he testifying stuff? I don't know if I would want to watch it, but we should probably actually like get into the news of the day, because it's already been like 40 minutes and I still even haven't started my docket. Marty, I sometimes go watch videos of Mount Pinatubo eruption in June 15th, 1991. It was the last VEI 6 eruption we had. That eruption was absolutely brutal. I remember seeing footage of that too, and it was just so big. But like luckily people had a bit of warning that there was like rumblings in the volcano and stuff like that. Like it's not, and it erupted, I guess, normally. You see, the reason why Mount St. Helen was so devastating and stuff was it didn't erupt up. It blew out through the side because half the mountain kind of collapsed, and then the pressure released out through the side, so it blasted sideways as opposed to straight up, which is part of the reason why it was so devastating. But Mount Pinatubo was absolutely brutal, big eruption, and you don't understand the scale of these things. You just don't, because you can look up and see something high in the clouds and stuff like that, but to see a column of smoke that goes up into the stratosphere, that's quite the thing. Anyway. BCAT, thank you, Sandy. That makes perfect sense. Talking about my tsunami description. Yeah, and people have told me before that the way I describe it actually does help them visualize how tsunami works. Anyway, let's get into devastating news. Again, I'm going to be talking about some stuff that's been happening with Palestinians, supporters, and stuff like that. Not diving into some of the darkest things in that, of course, because, you know, you can only handle so much. Marty, are you trying to test my knowledge? Is that it? Is this a challenge? Are you challenging me? You see, I do remember watching a lot of stuff on all these sorts of things, but I have a hard time with recall of dates and stuff like that. Um, because I can tell you, like when Mount Krakatoa went off, I think it was, I don't know when it was. Like that's the thing, I don't know when it was. I know it was a long time ago, like before modern TV and stuff of that sort, like back probably back in the 1800s. Um, and also caused a massive tsunami, and it was the loudest sound ever recorded on Earth because the sound of it went around the Earth about 3 times. Jet, isn't it tsunami in the Pacific and monsoon in the Atlantic or something like that? Or did my brain forget third grade again? Tsunami is a tsunami anywhere. But monsoon is a particular storm that goes and hits the peninsula around India and Pakistan and stuff like that. And it's a seasonal thing. And it's dumps like on Bangladesh and stuff like that, and just dumps piles and piles of water. It's like the sky has a river coming from it. And so the monsoon is a very specific storm. But if you're thinking of things like cyclones and hurricanes and typhoons, those are all the same thing, just in different parts of the world. So like in Japan and that area up around there, Indonesia and whatnot, you have typhoons, then you have cyclones. I think though that's what they call them in Australia and whatnot, and then hurricanes, which hit, the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean and stuff like that. And the only difference really would be is what side of the equator it's on as to which way it will spin. But they're basically the same type of storm. Anyway. So, I only recently learned a cyclone and a hurricane were the same thing. LOL, maybe 10 years ago? Well, you just learned it like 10 seconds ago. Oh. I think we hit on Marty's special interest too of volcanoes. Anyway, and I've lived through 2 earthquakes that I can remember. Uh, there's fault lines under Ottawa, actually, but only very mild earthquakes, and occasionally they spread out to where I am, but it's like literally like that much shaking. Like it's, uh-huh, okay. I think I once had like a DVD box set fall off the shelf because of it. And then there's me in the panic. It's like, oh, I'm on the 3rd floor of a building. What? I've watched so many documentaries about this. I know what to do in the moment. And by the time I'm like analyzing it out, it's over. Because it's also, again, it's so mild here that it doesn't matter. Uh, uh, uh. Yeah, Looney Tunes 9,000 1 hour later. But that's what happens when you have people with autism that are doing live streams and you accidentally slip into territory of special interests. Uh, okay, why don't we actually get into the dockets and stuff so we can diddle daddly around diddle, no, that sounds very dirty. We can just shoot the shit later on. Yes, I have a kitty pride pin on. Anyway, so something happened recently in the UK that caught my eye because I've been trying to pay attention to that side of the pond a little bit more as of late, and just an absolute egregious overstep of the state, which reminded me of other things that Israel, the United States, have done that I'm like, you see, this is the problem. And, one of the reasons why I would speak out against provincial governments enacting very draconian conservative policies, because once one province does it, it makes it easier for the next province to do it and the next province to do it, and then also then one up it and so on and so forth. And so, you know, every time we let Israel get away with something, they're just going to escalate it later on because they got away with it in the first place. But then the United States starts doing things, and then suddenly, you know, the UK starts doing these things too, and no one is checking that power because all of these states are run by people with similar agendas. You know, the settler colonialism, white nationalism, fascistic governance. And so without another big, powerful ally to shoot them down and to show an example of that's not how you do it, they keep on feeding off of each other and making it worse and worse and worse. And we're going to see some examples of that. So the one from Israel that I was reminded of when I saw that one from the UK is this one here. I was going to do some sort of snazzy thing like, ooh, here's the one from the UK, but then start with Israel. And I was like, oh, we'll just start here. We'll start here. You know where I'm starting. Okay. That is super tiny on the screen. I tried to make it bigger, but it doesn't work. Because then it gets like too big. Because watch this. Now you're only seeing like the middle third of it, which is weird. Suppose here. Let me go back to main shot. I suppose if I go to the YouTube with it, then maybe here I can make it full screen. Ah, okay. I'll do it that way. So I was reminded of this video here. Hopefully it doesn't scream in my ear because the volume on it was pretty loud when I was listening to it earlier. So we're just going to watch this one first, and then there's another video that I'll go over and I'll read out the subtitles, but that's a bit longer and goes into some more context. But I can't show that video because there's music on it, but this one gives you, there's no music on this one. And so you can just hear the fear, the terror in this woman's voice as she's getting arrested because she likes some statuses on WhatsApp. She's Palestinian, living in Israel, and she just likes some statuses. And she's being arrested as a terrorist.
لا 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 دعم استنى شوي دعم مستحيل تعريض حياة الإعلانات خاصة عرض
ليش لا التليفون؟
اسمعيني شوي صغيري
التليفون
انت موقف استنى شوي صغيري انت موقفه في اتهام في نشر كلمات مديح تعاطف وتشجيع عمل ارهابي لا 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 دعم استنى شوي دعم مستحيل تعريض حياة الإعلانات خاصة عرض العنف والإرهاب الكشف عن الانتماء إلى منظمة إرهابية
Like just the sheer terror that you're going about your day, you do something that you think is fairly innocent, and suddenly you're being arrested as a terrorist. So actually I need to make the screen smaller here so that we can see a bit more of it, because I tend to make the screens big. So this one is from Al Jazeera. And so this goes over the video again, but like I said, I had to mute this one because they play music in the background, but I'll read the subtitles for it. Where's the volume on here? Mute. So this woman detained by Israel security forces over her WhatsApp status. You are being charged with spreading... Can that get bigger? There we go. You're being charged with spreading sympathy and partaking in terrorism. And she's saying, no, no, that's impossible. And the guy says, hang on. Hang on, and supporting. And she's still fighting, saying, impossible. I say that may God grant victory to Israel, I swear. So she's trying to plead to say, no, no, no. I'm a good Palestinian. You know, I think Israel, you know, I've been praising Israel. I'm a good Palestinian. I shouldn't be arrested for terrorism. So then he says again, content that incites violence and terrorism. We investigated your involvement in a terrorist group. And she's screaming, no, no. And I guess this woman here says, shut up. Moments later, her husband was arrested as well. Yasmin is a Palestinian with Israeli citizenship. and had changed her WhatsApp status on October 25th to say, "May God grant them victory and protect them." Israeli forces allege she was referring to Hamas, but she's trying to claim she was saying that about Israel. Hours earlier, Israel had passed a new amendments to its counterterrorism bill, criminalizing consumption of terrorist materials. Ooh, I'd be in a lot of trouble over there then. Around 1.2 million Palestinians hold Israeli citizenship, dozens of whom have been arrested over social media posts, or have been suspended or fired from jobs, universities, and colleges since October 7th. Again, this is Israel. We know how bad Israel is, and it's just an absolute horrid situation that people are living through there. And you would think, we try to separate ourselves saying, well, it can't happen here in North America. Only, yeah, it kind of does. Because remember, Mahmoud Khalil was arrested for pro-Palestinian protesting. So Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil released from U.S. immigration detention. So this article is from a while ago, but it's just again to point out that, if you're supporting Palestinians in any way in Israel, in the United States, you're viewed as a terrorist. And I think right now they're still trying to deport him. So he finally got released long enough for him to get detained again so that they can try to deport him to a country he's never been to before. So ex-Columbia student arrested in March amid Trump's crackdown on campus protests. That's a bit of a misleading statement because it's not campus protests. It's specifically pro-Palestinians. So Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil was released on Friday from federal investigation detention, freed after 3 months by a judge ruling after becoming a symbol of U.S. President Donald Trump's clampdown on campus protests. The former Columbia University graduate student left a federal facility in Louisiana on Friday. He is expected to head to New York to reunite with his U.S. citizen wife and newborn son. So his son was born while he was in detention, and so he missed that very precious moment with his baby. The Trump administration sought to deport him over his role in pro-Palestinian protests. Justice prevailed, but it's very long overdue, he said outside the facility in a remote part of Louisiana. This shouldn't have taken 3 months. It shouldn't have happened at all. In the United States, in Canada, theoretically, you have the right to protest. But to crack down on people who are pro-Palestinian, you're just kind of accusing them of being terrorists, which is absolutely what they're doing. And so then we run into this thought police type thing. Like, you can't have these thoughts even, because if you do, then you can get into trouble. But he wasn't the only one arrested in all of this, because I think some people might have forgotten this video here. Turkish student Raminzi says she will continue to pursue her case. A student freed from U.S. detention after co-authoring Gaza opinion piece says she has faith in American system of justice. I wouldn't say I have faith in that. But again, she just had an opinion and she got arrested. And some people might remember this footage. That was absolutely horrifying. Don't code me. Yeah. I know you don't like the ad bloggers. Do I need to refresh? Let's do that.
30-year-old Rumesa Ozturk was on her way to break her Ramadan fast with friends on Tuesday when 6 plainclothed officers approached her. They take her phone and put her in handcuffs. Only then do they appear to identify themselves as police. The neighbor who captured the arrest on surveillance video described it as a kidnapping.
As a woman, being approached by anybody is so scary, and then to not know where you're going, to have them touch you, like, you feel less than. And I can't imagine how scared she is.
Ozturk is a doctoral student from Turkey studying child development at Tufts University. She's the recipient of the prestigious Fulbright scholarship and had an F1 student visa, now revoked. A year ago, Ozturk was among 4 authors of a student newspaper op-ed that called for an end to Israel's war on Gaza and more support for Palestinians from the university. The school administration said it had no part in Ozturk's arrest, which took place off campus. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that Ozturk engaged in activities in support of Hamas, but gave no evidence of its claim.
Again, it's just thought police. Then state, what did she do? What action did she do that was actually wrong? Because you are allowed to protest, you're allowed to post op-eds. I think in the United States they are very keen on this thing called freedom of speech. But they're arresting her anyway? And it's just, again, even though she gets released, it's just meant to strike terror into others, to serve as a warning to others, don't engage or this might happen to you. And it has happened to a lot of people, and a lot of people are still in detention that we just don't know about because they don't have the same public profiles. They don't have the families that feel safe actually going to the press about it. And so we know with all the ICE raids and things that are happening there that we're seeing this all the time in the United States. And it's scary. Because, you know, you should be free to say you're anti-genocide in the United States and not have to risk being arrested.
I don't care what movement.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio addressed the detention on Thursday.
We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses.
You don't do anything for the students. The students come here on their own accord, you know, with their talents and their money and stuff like that. You're not doing anything for them. They're gaining it. They're the ones working for their degrees. You're not just handing it out, dickwad.
Records show she was quickly moved to a detention center in Louisiana. That's despite a judge's order prohibiting her transfer, though it's unclear whether it was issued in time. More than 2,000 protesters gathered in Somerville, Massachusetts on Wednesday, demanding Ozturk's immediate release.
This woman's been abducted by our government, apparently, and that's outrageous. It is full-blown fascist intimidation.
Ozturk is at least the 7th foreign scholar targeted by Trump, who has promised to deport international students involved in pro-Palestinian protests.
That is something Pierre Poilievre said he would also do, should he have won the election. Is he was threatening to deport all Palestinian protesters that were students.
All the international community that are sending their children over here to the U.S. to get a good education, now they should be wary about this because that could happen to anyone.
Mahmoud Khalil, a U.S. green card holder and Palestinian student who was a negotiator for Colombia's encampment protest, was arrested by ICE earlier this month. He, too, is being held in Louisiana. The student supporters say Trump's crackdown is an attack against immigrants, academic freedom, and free speech.
Yeah. And so then this leads into what just happened in the UK. And so Owen Jones had tweeted this out. This is how dictatorships behave. And yeah, let's see. Come on, get big. There we go.
This is what happens. Britain in 2025, proposing genocide.
So I'm going to be placing you under arrest, okay? And I'm going to read out the reason for that.
So just reading the little sign here, breaking Amnesty International condemns arrest of Defend Our Jury spokesperson as terrifying example of the UK authorities' willingness to use authoritarian practices to silence dissent.
The time now is 7:10 in the morning. It's the 2nd of September. So, Patrick, you are under arrest on suspicion of committing the offence of Section 12, subsection 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000. You are alleged to have addressed...
Another sign here saying the raids come just hours before an important press conference was due to take place, where the Lift the Ban campaign were to confirm over 1,000 commitments have been made and that Saturday's action will go ahead.
Online Zoom meeting.
And so they're talking about people who have committed to holding signs up and stuff that says, I'm against genocide. I support Palestine action.
Between the 10th of July 2025 and the 21st of August 2025, for the purpose of encouraging support.
Oh shit, I guess that's tomorrow. Guess I'll have a lot to talk about on Sunday.
Furthering the activities of prescribed organisation Palestine Action. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention your question, something which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. So the arrest is necessary to prevent loss
The opposition to ban on Palestine action is unstoppable.
of evidence, prevent collusion with co-suspects, and to allow the searches under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act and to facilitate his interview. Okay, so that's the reasons for your arrest today. We will be taking you to a police station, as I just mentioned. So if everyone's happy, we'll take Patrick out. Okay, right, Patrick.
If everyone's happy with this, we'll take Patrick now. What kind of freaking Canadian language is that?
If you just follow my colleague, I'll stand behind you. Right, we'll see you later. Cheers.
See you later. Cheers. That's a very Canadian of you. Have a pleasant day.
See you later, buddy.
And there's a little bit more on that from Navarro. Why is that kind of, it's not in the screen properly. That's super annoying. Am I in the, yeah, YouTube? There's no extra thingies under there. Let me just fix this. It bugs me when I see this. Nope, not that one. Monitor, that one. That's better. There we go. That looks better.
Police have arrested at least 7 key spokespeople campaigning against the prescription.
Yes, I'm experiencing
Police have arrested at
interruptions.
least 7 key spokespeople campaigning against the prescription of direct action group Palestine Action. In dawn raids across the country this morning, 7 people from Defend Our Juries were arrested under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. The number of arrests went from 5 to 7. This came just hours before they were scheduled to give a press conference on Saturday's upcoming protest. Here's the moment 25-year-old Paddy Friend, a law student, was arrested under terrorism law.
So yeah, this is what
We
happens.
saw that.
Britain in 2020.
Okay. Right, Patrick, if you just follow my colleague, I'll stand behind you.
As you heard there a moment ago, Paddy was arrested for allegedly speaking at Zoom meetings for the purpose of encouraging support for and furthering the activities of Palestine Action.
So, arrested for Zoom meetings. Basically similar to like talking on the phone. It's just to talk about Palestine Action, about the protests that they're about to have. And so this is like a preemptive, you're not doing any actions yet. We're just arresting you for thoughts. We're arresting you for words you've said. We're not arresting you for any actions you've actually done yet. And this has already happened in the UK, and I covered it back when it did happen. UK police arrest over 500 people for support for Palestine Action at London protests. And more than 100 of those arrested over their support for the banned pro-Palestinian organization were over 70 years old. Hardly what I would call a terrorist right there. It's very disturbing, and considering that there's been 1,000 pledges for one tomorrow, I imagine that there's going to be a lot more arrests, and it's going to be in the news tomorrow. And, I just hope everyone stays safe. I don't want any violence. I don't want anyone to get harmed. But, we're seeing this trend. Israel really kind of sucks. US really kind of sucks. UK really kind of sucks. I just want to say that I'm glad that here in Canada, we don't have this sort of crackdown. Nope, we are good here in Canada, not like you backwards countries that are all authoritarian right now. We would never do anything. Oh, God damn it. Right, there was this. We're not safe here in Canada either. Inside the shocking police operation targeting pro-Palestinian activists in Toronto, a heavily resourced hate crimes unit has engaged in surveillance, night raids, and trumped-up charges against Palestinian Solidarity Movement. Yes, this happened in Canada. I covered it back when it did happen. And basically, I think I even went over this article pretty much in full at the time too. So I'm just going to toss the link into the SandBox for people so that if you want to reread it, you can. But basically, they had thrown some paint on an Indigo store, but the Indigo store was run by a woman who was raising money for friends or for IDF soldiers to help, you know, with their expenses and stuff like that. So that Indigo store was targeted specifically because she was, you know, sending money to a organization that's currently committing a genocide. But since she has a lot of money, she had a line directly to the police chief of Toronto to say, hey, you need to do something about this. And yes, it turns out that these people were stalked by the police. Here, you know, the banging started at the front door at 5:30 a.m. It was so heavy that on the second floor of the Mississauga, Ontario home, the family, a bed began to shake. The Palestinian-Canadian family of Find opened the door in late January to find out several Toronto police officers with warrants to arrest their eldest son. We were in shock. And they also left the door open while they were in their night clothes in January in Canada. Pretty damn cold, really cold. According to the warrant, Mark authorized to be executed at night. The items police were looking for included black pants, white Nike running shoes, and a keffiyeh. Very vague. Our house is full of keffiyehs. We're Palestinian. Sua recalls telling the police the family who immigrated to Canada in 2005 from Ramallah maintains strong connections to their homeland. I have a poster of Palestine map. I asked them if they wanted that too. She was being sarcastic. So their family is not alone. Since October 7th, both Palestinian and not Palestinians involved in nonviolent and common protest tactics have been targeted in sweeping, heavily resourced Toronto police operations that experts say has engaged in extreme overreach. Led by an expanded hate crimes unit and operating under the name Project Resolute, the police tactics have included pre-dawn raids, snatching people on the streets, trying to turn arrested individuals into informants, showing up unannounced at university lectures, and capitalizing on years of surveillance of activist movements. Yeah, so here in Canada, it's happening. So here we have charges dropped for 3 more people accused in Indigo bookstore defacement. So these were known as the Peace 11 people who did this. Let's do this.
2023, when it's alleged that peace activists put up posters and washable paint to protest Indigo's financial support of the Israeli Defense Forces via CEO Heather Reisman's Heseg Foundation. The majority of the 11 co-accused were awoken in the middle of the night to upwards of 10 police officers who broke into their apartments and handcuffed them in their bedrooms. Their apartments were raided in a way that is typical only for the most violent drug crimes. The police ransacked living rooms, front doors were broken, left dangling off their hinges, computers and cell phones were confiscated, and everyone present was handcuffed, including elderly relatives. Today in court, charges against 3 additional of the co-accused were withdrawn. And the 2 remaining co-accused have moved 1 step closer to the end of this nightmare. In total, that means charges against 7 of the 11 activists have been entirely dismissed. them, while 2 received absolute discharges and 2 remain. And as these charges are once again being dropped, as the Crown is being forced once again to withdraw unjust criminalization after spending a fortune harassing these folks for 15 months, we are calling for all the charges to be dropped for the over 100 people who have been arrested for acting in solidarity with Palestine here in Toronto. What we have seen here today, and also time and again over the past year and a half, is that the process is the punishment. And this process looks like both the home raids we've described today, but also mass surveillance campaigns, also door knocks and phone calls by police, also harassment campaigns by the police, also people being forced to spend many, many months with charges dangling on their head when we know the Crown has no intention to prosecute them. This has looked like getting people to do absurd amounts of community service or financial donations to charity in exchange for bogus charges to be withdrawn. This too must end.
Yes, so here in Canada, but it's only going to get worse because, again, like I was saying, as one state gets away with it, it escalates in another and another and another, and then they start working together because most people who are plugged into the news knows that a lot of co-training happens between police forces in Canada, the United States, and Israel. Well, there's more. They work together really well, unfortunately. So now, here from The Guardian, ICE obtains access to Israeli-made spyware that can hack phones and encrypted apps. A Trump administration contract with Paragon Solutions gives immigration agency access to one of the most powerful stealth cyber weapons. There are movies about this type of tech. You know, where this type of tech can break into phones and stuff and spy on people and find people. Like this used to just be in the movies. It's not supposed to be happening. U.S. immigration agents will have access to one of the world's most sophisticated hacking tools after a decision by the Trump administration to move ahead with a contract with Paragon Solutions, a company founded in Israel, which makes spyware that can be used to hack into any mobile phone, including encrypted applications. Canada had some stuff to do with this. I don't think this particular Paragon Solutions, but there was the Find Daddy app thing that they were doing or something. But yeah, Canada has lots of ties to a lot of what's happening over with Israel and what they're doing to the Palestinians, both in Israel and Gaza and stuff like that. There's lots of behind-the-scene ties that aren't reported on by the mainstream media for some reason, but you can find articles about it in The Breach and probably Al Jazeera and other organizations that don't capitulate to Israel so much. The Department of Homeland Security first entered into a contract with Paragon, now owned by a U.S. firm, in late 2004 under the Biden administration. It's not just Trump. No, it's not just conservatives. It's also liberals. But the $2 million contract was put on hold pending a compliance review to make sure it adhered to executive orders that restricts the U.S. government's use of spyware, Wired reported at the time. That pause has now been lifted according to the public procurement documents, which lists U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's ICE as the contracting agency. It means that one of the most powerful stealth cyber weapons ever created, which was produced outside of the U.S., is now in the hands of an agency that has repeatedly been accused by civil and human rights groups of violating people's due process rights. And we saw 2 people already that were just arrested for being pro-Palestinian. Do you think this will be used on like KKK members, neo-Nazis in the States? You know, these right-wing extremists that have organizations that might do rallies and stuff like that. Do you think this will be used on them? Because, you know, that's just ways to keep tabs on your family, I suppose. But yeah. No, it will absolutely be disproportionately used on people on the left, especially right now, pro-Palestinian people of all sorts. The story was first reported by journalist Jack Polson on his All Source Intelligence Substack newsletter. Neither Paragon nor ICE immediately responded to a request for comment. When it was successfully deployed against a target, the hacking software called Graphite can hack into any phone. By essentially taking control of the mobile phone, the user, in this case ICE, can not only track an individual's whereabouts, read their messages, look at their photographs, but also open and read information held on encrypted applications like WhatsApp or Signal. Spyware like graphite can also be used as a listening device through the manipulation of the phone's recorder. This is so violating. You know, people have photographs on their phone that aren't meant for sharing. It's very personal and private stuff. To be able to listen to you whenever. Because people usually keep their phones close by. My phone's close by. Somebody could be listening in right now. But if that's the case, just go to my YouTube channel. I can use the views. Just, yeah. If you're listening through my phone right now, just go over to LeftoftheBox on YouTube and hit subscribe while you're there. Why not? Ring the notification bell, and then you don't even have to pay attention, and you can just get notified when I'm going to be a loudmouth. But yeah, this is scary, scary stuff. And there's no one checking this. You know, the Supreme Court in the United States is bunk right now. It's not like Canada is going to be against this. It's not like the UK is going to be against it. Like, where is the big Western power that is going to be like, you know what, this is really violating people's rights and we need to crack down on this sort of thing and not allow it and actually trust our citizens. You know, make sure that they all have due process. We can't just unwarrant, you know, without reason tap into people's phones and stuff like that. And that just reminded me that there is something like that happening in Canada right now. Oh, that's Bill C2, isn't it? It hasn't gone through yet. Let's see. Is it Bill C2 or Bill C3? Stop Bill C2. So Bill C2, Canada's new border bill, an attack on human right to seek asylum. I think it is all tied up in this bill too, where it would give law enforcement permission to check into like medical records and stuff like that without a warrant. Let me just double check. I'm not going to use the AI overview. I don't care how convenient it might be. Yeah, called the Strong Borders Act. Is this it? Yeah, there we go. So QP, one of the country's largest unions, just saying Bill C2 would enable mass public surveillance. It would allow police and CSIS, that's our spy agency, to demand access to your online activities with any business or digital service based on reasonable suspicion without a warrant. This would undermine years of legal decisions and safeguard the public. Trade unionists and activists know how surveillance can be used in an attempt to limit labor and social movements' fights for justice. Yeah. The legislation would allow your data to be shared with the US and other foreign governments. What could go wrong there? Let's make this bigger for you guys. Bill C2 would allow Canada to implement new data sharing arrangements that are currently being developed, including with the US government. Canadians need their data protected from Donald Trump, not handed to him on a silver platter. So what happens over there tends to happen over here. What happens over there tends to happen over here. It just keeps on escalating when all the countries are kind of on the same page with this. Canada, Israel, UK, US. They all ultimately have the same goals. So it's not like anyone's going to stop them. Let's see. I'll toss the rest of this Guardian article into the SandBox for people who are interested. And meanwhile, we have, you know, politicians that just like to whine again about like, oh no, paint and posters. Says arms embargo. No, they want to end the arms embargo. And this politician, a liberal MP, the Minister of Artificial Intelligence, yes, all of his intelligence is pretty much artificial. There's nothing authentic about his intelligence. We strongly condemn the illegal act of vandalism at my constituency office this weekend. Canadians have every right to protest peacefully, but vandalism and intimidation have no place in our democracy. Putting up pro-Palestinian posters and paint. Like, how is paint really vandalism when you can wash it off? It's not like anything was broken or damaged. It just meant that you would send somebody else to do a little bit of work. That's all. It's actually a very peaceful way of demonstrating. This incident has been reported to law enforcement, and we fully support their efforts to pursue those responsible. Our office remains open and committed to serving the community with respect and dialogue and openness. Yeah. Politicians love to cry whenever, you know, the public actually calls them out on this stuff. And here's the thing. The people wouldn't have to do things like this if you actually listened to them. I'm just saying, if you actually listen to your constituents, maybe allowed ones with pro-Palestinian viewpoints, concerns, and issues, want to talk about an arms embargo, if you actually sat down with them, as opposed to denying them those opportunities, they wouldn't feel the need to express themselves like this. You know, if you don't make them feel heard, they're going to get louder, and they're going to do things that you can't ignore. So maybe actually, you know, care about the constituents. Maybe. Because then you have people like this, TV writers arrest over X post sparks debate over free speech and its limits. And this happened in the UK. And I covered this on Wednesday on this space. Everyone go check it out. You can always just go to the entire live stream, which is like 36,000 hours long. But you can just scroll over to where you see me in it. I don't know if they put bookmarks for the different hours, but basically every hour there's a new program on, and I'm 4 o'clock on Wednesdays. So you go there. In my last live stream, I covered this, and it's basically this guy was arrested for transphobic tweets, but those tweets kind of went into the realm of incitement to violence, and so he was arrested for it, and Owen Jones was against his arrest, and I claimed that that's a more nuanced conversation. Because we're forced to participate in the systems that are keeping us down. If there's dangerous people out there, society's needs comes first. And, you know, ideally, I want to get rid of the carceral state. I believe in restorative justice. In fact, one of my first interviews, possibly the first interview I did on my channel, was about restorative justice. I had to do it twice because the first one, the program got destroyed and my computer crashed and I had a pretty bad meltdown. Luckily, I have really smart friends, so he was able to help me at least reclaim all my files and stuff from my YouTube channel, but that particular video was gone, so I had to sit down with the woman again and we had to go through it again. And she was open to that, and she actually felt better about that too, because she felt like she missed some things in the first round. But anyway, first interview I had on my channel was about restorative justice. So this is something I feel very strongly about. But we're not there. And it's kind of like, I caught somebody in that live stream also say something about me having an Amazon wish list and how ironic that is, type thing. And it's like, what other choice do I have? if I need these things. It's linked in the description box, by the way. You can go see all the things I have on it. When you live with poverty, you have no choice but to participate in these things. I don't have the option of just going out to the local stores and buying this stuff. I don't have the luxury of boycotting certain businesses when they are the only things accessible to me. And so right now, we don't have a choice. If you want to keep society safe and there's violent offenders out there, the only place for them is the carceral state. That's not a good choice. I don't want it. But that's reality right now. And we need to be working towards a more restorative justice future. But the safety of society comes first. Like, I'm all for prison abolition. I want it gone, reinvent the police type thing. So we're not in a police state, like go as far as abolish the police. Like I'm that kind of lefty. I want to get rid of prisons. I want to get rid of police forces. I am that kind of lefty. But I also know that that's not something you leapfrog into as much as you want to. As much as I want to snap my fingers and be there, I know that just given the system that we're in, the people we're dealing with, that's unrealistic. So we have to go for the things that are attainable. But the more that we get done, the easier it'll be to get to the next step and the next step and the next step. So it's important to keep on fighting and keep on trying. Let's see. And then this, I also found this very silly too, because Foreign Policy Canada, Anita Anand, the Foreign Affairs Minister, very much silent on things that are happening to Palestinians. Very much like, oh, we're going to have a statement over these atrocities that Israel has done over and over again. And they keep on, misrepresenting or whitewashing everything that's happening in Israel, in Gaza. And then they go and put this out? Really? Really? You're going to do that? Real facts can be twisted. You don't say. Some foreign regimes reframe genuine events by stripping context, cherry-picking details, or combining unrelated context. Really? Learn their tactics and think before you share. Huh. Yeah, because it's showing a picture of a dog playing in the backyard with its mouth open, but then they strip out the background and put a kid there and say, ooh, vicious dog. So all the times that you refer to, the atrocities of Hamas, all the horrible people that they are, and you constantly use those adjectives towards Hamas, and yet with Israel, it's always very milquetoast, very much, you never use that language, you never call them out for the brutality that they're inflicting. Yeah, it's almost like you're stripping context and cherry-picking details, or combining unrelated events sometimes. Almost like you're doing that when it comes to what Israel is doing to Gaza. Almost. Now, a bit earlier, I mentioned that Pierre Poilievre was horrible, and it's a good thing we didn't get him in, because he had said that he would want to deport international students should they participate with pro-Palestinian protests and stuff like that. As horrible and shitty as Mark Carney and Nita Anand are, and they are, Pierre Poilievre would have been worse. And I've done some videos on it. You can always go into my video clips, because I have clipped some of them, to just go and show how bad he is. But this is recent. And this is from CBC News. Just, the title doesn't give it away, shockingly. But just, Poilievre says Carney seems confused over plan to recognize state of Palestine. Let's listen to what Pierre Poilievre have to say about, Carney maybe possibly eventually saying Palestinian state, with caveats of, having an election that Hamas can't participate in within the next year, even though the buildings have been bombed so much they're not even rubble anymore, they're powder. This is what Pierre Poilievre had to say about it. Just see if you catch the stripping of context and cherry picking words and misleading information here. See if you can catch it.
Liberal government is intent to recognize Palestine as a state in this fall session. What's your take on it? Are you in favor or do you oppose this?
Mark Carney doesn't know where he stands. He first said he was going to recognize the Hamas state, and then the other day he said that he wasn't recognizing the Hamas state.
So Mark Carney says that he was going to recognize the Palestinian state, but here is this douche canoe reframing it as the Hamas state, which then kind of has the undertones of him saying that everyone there is a terrorist.
Session, or what's your take on it? Are you in favor or do you oppose this?
Mark Carney doesn't know where he stands. He first said he was going to recognize the Hamas state, and then the other day he said that he wasn't recognizing the Hamas state. So he seems very confused on the world stage. He has been so far.
He's very confused and should never be on the world stage.
At best irrelevant, and at worst a failure. Our priority here in Canada is standing up for this country and our jobs here at home. That is our focus. We are obviously not going to recognize.
Okay, I'm already sick of hearing his voice. Yeah, just really, really horrible stuff. And I'm just seeing out the side of my eye. John F. McDropout saying, I'm really starting to hate the other side guy would have been worse argument the more I hear every side relying on it. I'm not relying on it. I'm just stating it's a fact. It doesn't mean that Kearney is a good choice. I think Olaimi said it best. You want to choose your weakest enemy as opposed to your strongest enemy. And the Liberals and the Democrats tend to be the weaker of the enemies. It doesn't mean that Kearney gets off the hook for anything he has said and done, and we should be going after him. And in fact, since he is prime minister right now, I want to see him in front of the fucking Hague for everything that he's done. But Pierre would have been worse. And it's not an argument, it's just stating fact. Like we're stuck in an electoral system where none of the options are good. And so, I don't say the lesser of two evils. I usually say the least worst option. Because that's what we get. It's either going to be the Liberals or the Conservatives in power. Which one would you rather fight? I'd rather fight the Liberals, even though in a lot of situations right now, Kearney is just full out fucking conservative. I don't know why he just doesn't cross the floor right now and totally usurp Pierre Poilievre as leader of the Conservatives. Because it is a whole lot of bullshit. But those were the only two that were going to win. I hope that the NDP does something to turn it around because I don't like these options. But that's just the reality of the situation. Let's see. So that is one docket done, and I even added tabs to that docket. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Take It Flow Snake has gone out before he's even learned about the Queen of Canada. A horror. Okay, I think I can close all these tabs. Yeah. Close. 17 tabs in that one. And get ready for this one. So we're not going to start with the Queen of Canada. There's a couple one-off stories I want to go to, some bigger stories and whatnot. all kind of tying together. But we will be talking about the Queen of Canada and going down memory lane with that one. Okay, we're going back to talking about tsunamis and hurricanes and stuff, so we can scooch past that before I start talking again. So life, they're pulling U.S. and purging their country. Let's see how that works for their labor. If you're referring to the UK labor, you really should add a U to it so they know what you're talking about. BCAT, here in my state, pro-Palestinian sentiments are deemed anti-Semitic. That's a lot of places right now. So live, since Canada has the same king as the UK, can Canadians get in trouble for pro-Palestine stuff too? Oh, we get in trouble with it, but it has nothing to do with the king. They don't have any say over our laws or anything of that sort. We're a constitutional monarchy. It's their role is more ceremonial than anything else, but they don't have any say over anything we do. We reach patriation, so we have our own Supreme Court and that sort of thing. So, because it used to be where our Supreme Court, you'd have to go to UK for that sort of thing. But we separated from that, so we have our own Supreme Court and stuff, and all our own laws are our own laws. But it's just more ceremonial than anything else, which is part of the reason why Canadians would like to get rid of it, because we're sending millions upon millions of dollars to the UK for what exactly? Not to mention, a lot of the First Nation folks here would really like to be cut ties with them for very, very valid reasons. Just like I don't think the king has any say over their laws over there either. I don't believe in the monarchy at all. I'm far too autistic to think of anybody being special because they were born into a certain family. Hello, hermeteorologist. Jed, at this point, I don't understand why anyone's coming to the US. I wouldn't. It's going to be interesting when the World Cup happens there. I think a lot of people would be afraid to go. I would hope that some of the teams boycott, because a lot of those teams, they have players that would be in danger should they go. So I would hope. And have a good night, Flow Snake, even though you're probably not listening right now, but in case you come back and rewatch the end, appreciate you. Let's see. Guitar Guy 80, I'm British and have a Palestinian and Union flag in my window. Arrest me, LOL. Well, as long as you don't put Palestine action in your window, you'll be temporarily fine. Ugh. Like, just the idea that even here in Canada, like Sarah Jama and stuff was getting kicked out of Queen's Park, that's the Ontario Parliament, for wearing a keffiyeh. But there's no consistency, because then Matthew Green, who is an NDP MP, so that's federal, he could wear a keffiyeh on the House floor in Ottawa. So it's, yeah. Hello, Donald James. Watching NFL football? The ball of foot? See, I have a problem with participating in chats, especially when I'm on my laptop in my living room, where I have it hooked up to my TV, and that's where all my entertainment and stuff is from. The laptop's really old, and it can take several minutes for me to be able to type a chat in and it actually go through because the lag on it is so bad and the web pages take so long. And I soon won't be able to use that laptop because there's a new Windows update coming up that my computer doesn't support. I can't afford a new laptop right now. There is one in my wish list if anyone has an extra, whatever it is, $1,500 lying around. Because the thing is that given my business doing this studio, it can't just be a simple basic laptop. Basically, it needs to be a portable studio, a backup studio. So should anything happen to this computer and whatnot, I can still do live streams and I can still have everything set up on that computer. Or if I want to go to a different location to do a live stream, I'd be able to do that on that computer and whatnot. So it has to be a gaming computer to be able to handle everything that I'm doing for my channel. But yeah, my old rickety laptop, it can take 15 minutes from the time I hit start, even more, sometimes 20 minutes from the time I boot it up to being able to actually watch a YouTube video. It can take that long to start up, which is really sucky when I'm trying to participate in a chat. Hermatologist shit. I tried to give a story to Rachel a year ago about the Niagara police harassing an immigration lawyer for tweets. I imagine she never saw that. It's hard to reach people like her. I know she does live streams now every now and then on Tuesdays. That might be a good place to... It's a year old now, so it doesn't matter, but that would be a good place, especially if you send in a super chat, she'd see it. I got my name said in her chat because I typed in her chat when she was live streaming. My name, I mean LeftoftheBox. So she has said LeftoftheBox, but she has no clue who I am. So Life Taylor Lorenz just uploaded a video about this and I saved it for later. A video about what? About what? What are we talking about? Lagella DeVille? I can't wait till we get microchips and you'll be minding your own business, changing kitty litter, and your mind shows you Pepsi advert. If you want to be freaked out, oh, what's it called? Darn it, the name is totally slipping my mind. It was a short movie made on YouTube. Is it called Sight? No. Oh, no, it is. Okay, yeah. I can't show it because YouTube would instantly nuke my channel. But it was a very freaky, it's 9 years old, but it's a very freaky thought of where technology can go. So we'll just mute this briefly because it'll autoplay. Let's see. Let me just... Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Talking about like microchips and stuff in your brain. this. So like here, these are all the apps that you would see through your eyes that aren't actually on the wall type thing. And then it gamifies like cutting a cucumber and stuff like that, and has this wingman app to help with his date tonight type thing. It's very, very creepy. But I can toss this link into the SandBox for people to watch later on. It's like an 8-minute short movie, but it's really, really creepy. And it's from 9 years ago, but oh my God, is it spot on. So I'll toss this link into the SandBox so you guys can watch it later on, but I'm pretty sure I get hit up for copyright with that. So Life and I don't allow Google Photos to sync automatically. Yeah. Donald James X, we're being mass surveilled. I don't think there is anything we can do at this point, even if we have political power. Yeah, there's certain websites and stuff. If you've been to protests and stuff, they can track all. We are, like, that's the thing. We are already. It's just a matter of how much does the government actually use our information, how much of it is just used for corporations to advertise towards us to see patterns and things. It's disturbing. It's disturbing. Like, I'd like to think my YouTube channel is so small and that my activism, you know, it's relatively minor because I don't have a big platform. So I'd like to think I go under the radar, but who knows? Who knows? Like I said, if you're listening in through my phone, just go straight to my YouTube channel and hit the like and subscribe. It would help it out a lot. I don't know if they're listening, but hey. Jet, I would argue advertisements adversely affect mental health, and the fact that they think they have some inherent right to force that shit on your brains is dystopic as hell. I kind of fall into that category when it comes to the way the advertisements are just drilled into people, how they're catered towards people, how it's like, if you have any extra 5 cents lying around, you need to be spending it on product. You can't be saving it. You should be spending it. And here's all these things that you should be spending it on because we've analyzed your patterns and this is what you want to buy. You should buy. You better buy. Like, it's just, I hate it. I hate it. Donald James, if somebody gets charged with vandalism, then they'll get charged, but it shouldn't be a harsh penalty. At most, when it comes to like a constituent office or something like that, they should be the ones to clean it if they're going to be caught and charged and stuff like that. Donald James, Andrea made a distinction between violent protests compared to peaceful protests. Vandalism is just a non-peaceful type of protest, but not a violent one. Yeah, I get a little bit more conflicted when it comes to vandalism during violent protests, because sometimes it's like, oh, here's a capitalist store, we're going to bash the window in. Meanwhile, that might mean that some of the people who work at that store would be out of work for a few days, and some people can't afford that. So I have the workers' well-being in mind for that sort of thing. Yeah, and plus it's dangerous. It can get out of control. People can get harmed during it. So I'm not a fan of violent protests, but I understand why they happen. I understand why it gets that far, but I don't like violence and I don't like people getting hurt. But if it's just property being damaged, people can survive, you know. But yeah, I worry about workers in those situations losing out on their livelihoods. Hello, Bobby. BCAP, funny how you critique capitalism yet participate in it. Yeah, because that's the system we're forced to live in. Yeah. Can turn this off. Cool enough in here these days that I don't need that on for the whole time. John F. McDropout, we have work left creating community before we can ask our fellow humans to be and act community minded. That's a lot of what the government has done, media has done, corporations have done, is really break up communities. Because now everyone has moved online for social activities, social media and stuff like that. And fewer people are actually out there in the community getting to know your neighbors, getting to know the organizations in town, getting to know how people work. And even things like organizing a, not a union, but when tenants of a building get together to support each other type thing. That's called something, I forget it off the top of my head, but just organizing and stuff like that becomes a lot more harder when we're all more disconnected from people in general. And then you don't have as many friends and relationships and stuff, and people get a lot more angry and upset. And yeah, it's a complete and utter breakdown in society. And I'll actually be covering that a little bit on Sunday, because there's been a couple kids charged with absolutely horrendous crimes. And that is a sign that society has failed. It just has. Oops. Where did it go? Okay. John F. McDropout, it'll never happen as long as Canadians voters keep putting themselves into centrist fallback positions. That will only teach progressives to back off. You see, here's the thing. A lot of people chose not to vote in the Ontario election. When that happens, it favors the Conservatives. And this is what I mean by the least worst option. Neither the NDP or the Liberal provincially would have been good, but they would have been better. And I mean in a very profound way, because all the parties promised to double the rates of ODSP except for the Conservatives. And because people didn't have any faith in the parties, the Liberals and the NDP, because they weren't, progressive enough and all that sort of stuff, they just didn't bother to come out, means the Conservatives won. And so what this means is come the next election, there are going to be people who are dead that would have been alive had any other party been in power. That's what I mean by the least worst option. I want as many people to make it to the next election as possible. Under the Conservatives, that's not going to happen. And it's what you do in between elections that matters. And so if you don't like what the parties are doing when it comes to election time, then what are you doing in between elections to make sure that the parties are changing their tune before the election happens? Once the election is called, what you get is what you like. What is on the table is it. You can't make any changes to it then. It's what you do in between. That's when the real work happens to change these parties. Elections don't matter for that, because we have seen time and time again people not vote because they aren't happy with the parties. And you know what happens? Nothing changes. Because I did a breakdown of the Ontario election, and in it, people protested by not voting for the Liberals or the NDP. Both of them bragged about their wins. Not voting for them has never changed anything. It hasn't changed. They will still brag that they won in some way, or that it was just the Conservatives in another way. I'd much rather vote the Liberals in and force them to change before the next election than let the Conservatives in and have a lot more social murder happen before the next election. And that's the game that we're playing here. Let's see. John F. McDropout just announced its plan to allow treated releases of tailing ponds liquids into the environment since they failed to track tailings to date. I'm assuming it will go poorly for us. Ooh, that sounds horrid. For people who don't know tailing ponds, it's the sludge, the slosh, the toxic brew that is created during mining processes. And so it's usually like a lot of the water that's used to be pushed into the ground to ground things up and stuff. And it's loaded with chemicals and toxic elements. And they're put into ponds so that they don't get into the water system, because if they get into the water system, they can kill people. And so putting a release valve of any sort on that is bad. They shouldn't be there in the first place, because we need to be stopping those practices. Soul Life, if it's really old, likely used in HDD, if you upgrade to a cheap SSD, it feels like new laptop than the old drive for storage. LeftoftheBox, you are saying things to me that might as well be in Russian. Like, I don't understand that. I am not good with tech stuff. Not at all. John F. McDropout, the tailing ponds were killing about 5,000 to 10,000 ducks and geese a year from the landing in the ponds, but the government solved it by removing the requirements to report toxic poison down drowned birds. Ugh. Yeah, because quite often they're in ponds and birds don't know the difference when they go down into them. Okay, let's get caught up. I'm pretty much caught up. And we can get through the other docket. John F. McDropout, the progressive purpose, progressive policies. People scream and cry that won't appeal to the base, and you'll never get buy-in from the suburbs and rural areas. Progressives back off, and proposed centrist-aligned policies. Progressive voters all stay home. Oh, there's no doubt about it. We need a more progressive party. I'm all for that. And if there's one at the next election, I would encourage people to vote for it. Till then, least worst option. That's what that's the work that happens in between elections. There's the Reclaim the NDP. I was going to reach out to them to see if they're interested in coming onto my channel for an interview. I already had an interview with Eves. Eves. Horrible name recall. I would love to see a revamped NDP that actually went back to its roots. And then if they did that and they actually expressed their socialist policies and stuff like that, I would wholeheartedly encourage people to vote for that. But if they're not around come the next election, it's just the least worst option. Well, why don't we get into the next bunch of dockets? Oh, actually, I don't need that one. I'll skip that. So, news from the States that, could potentially be relevant up here in Canada is Florida is trying to kill the world. This is the most, I remember reading somewhere, a blog, where they were saying that after a certain amount of time has passed between like wars and vaccinations and stuff like that, and people forget how bad it is, they suddenly don't understand the need for all of these things. And so then they go back on it, and then suddenly they remember the need for things like vaccines or not to have war and stuff like that, because it cycles around and it cycles around. And then if the distance between not remembering the horrors and what it is today gets to a certain point again, it falls back, and well, Florida is there. They are there. And this puts the entire world in danger. Literally. So Mehdi Hassan had tweeted out, "We did multiple segments on this guy when I was at MSNBC, one of the most dangerous people in America, empowered by one of the dumbest governors in America." Breaking, Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo just said the state is going to eliminate all vaccine mandates. Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery, he said. Oh, that is not an accurate description of vaccines. A little bit more on it from CP24. Florida plans to become first state to eliminate all childhood vaccine mandates. Those mandates are there for a reason, and they should be. And the thing is that all these people that want to stop the mandates are people who probably had all these vaccines and are just fine. And they're just fine because they had those vaccines. They don't seem to understand that part. And so instead, they're going to have their children go through horrific diseases. And that's part of the thing that just galls me so much about this, about vaccines, is that if it was something that would just harm the individual, if somebody had, fallen for all the conspiracy theories and the propaganda around it and died because they didn't take a vaccine, I'd still kind of feel bad that they were conditioned into it. But then it's just them. Like if it was just them, then it's like own choices, lack of education. But when you don't do the vaccines, that puts other people in danger. It's like if somebody wants to drive drunk home, then and they would only ever get into accidents with themselves, then they kind of brought it on themselves. But other people use the road and stuff. And so drunk driving rarely ever harms just the person, and often it harms other people, and the drunk driver is just fine. And so there are people who won't be getting vaccines who might be carrying the virus and give it off to other people, who then those people might die, but they're just fine. And we'll say that nobody needs these vaccines. This is disturbing on so many levels, because Florida is a travel destination for people for all around the world. Disney World. I've been to Florida twice. Daytona Beach for spring break. Lots of people at colleges and universities go to Florida for spring break. What could go wrong when they go back to their university and colleges? A lot that would have like international students and stuff. What could go wrong? So, from the article, St. Petersburg, Florida. Florida plans to become the first state to eliminate vaccine mandates, a longtime cornerstone of public health. It's kind of the opposite of public health at this point. Policy for keeping school children and adults safe from infectious disease. State Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo, who announced the decision Wednesday, cast current requirements in schools and elsewhere as immoral intrusions on people's rights that hamper parents' ability to make health decisions for their children. Well, you see, not getting vaccines tramples on people's rights when you start spreading around the virus and takes away your ability to make health decisions for yourself and your family because of other people's actions. People have a right to make their own decisions, informed decisions, Ladapo said. That's also a problem because the decisions that a lot of these people are making are not informed. It's all through conspiracy theory, propaganda, misinformation. They're not actually really informed because, you know, education, especially in the States, not what it used to be. Not that it was ever that great. I know, I just did a dig to the States. Ladapo, who has frequently clashed with the medical establishment, said at a news conference in Valrico, they don't have a right to tell you what to put in your body. Take it away from them. You know what? Probably shouldn't have the death penalty. Actually, I don't know off the top of my head if Florida has the death penalty, but you know what? You shouldn't be allowed to put stuff into other people's bodies. Anyway, Florida's move a significant departure from decades of public policy and research that has shown vaccines to be safe and the most effective way to stop the spread of communicable diseases, especially among school children, is a notable embrace of the Trump administration's public health agenda led by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a longtime anti-vaccine activist, who will then go and ingest, what is it, colloidal silver something? That can change his skin blue, or all the other steroids and junk he puts into his body. It's kind of like, I once had a friend when I was younger who said that the only reason why his aunt was alive, because his aunt was like this massive chain smoker, constantly smoking, was that in her body, all the cancers were at war with each other. And so no one cancer could overtake the other. And that's the only reason why she was still alive. That's what's happening with Robert F. Kennedy, RFK right now, is that like the brain worm is at war with the cirrhosis in the liver, which is at war with the toxins of the colloidal silver that he's drinking, and they can't figure out which one is stronger and enough to take him out. It's pretty much what it is right now, is that they're all kind of button heads with each other as opposed to, you know, getting their jobs done. Dr. Rana Alyssa, chair of Florida chapter of American Academy of it's not even that late and I'm mispronouncing words of pediatrics, said removing vaccines puts students and school staff at greater risk. No kidding, huh? When everyone in school is vaccinated, it is harder for diseases to spread and easier for everyone to continue learning and having fun. Alyssa said in an email, when children are sick and miss school, caregivers also miss work, which not only impacts those families, but also the local economy. I don't think we need to go much more over this article. People who are watching this channel, you're all pretty bright. You know the consequences of this type of things and the absolute devastation. And the fact that like when COVID was going on and they weren't doing, in a lot of American schools in particular, they were forcing children back into class without proper precautions, vaccines, or even, you know, masks and stuff like that. Sometimes the children would be fine, but then they would pick up the disease, take it home, and their elderly grandparents or neighbor or family member that was immunocompromised would then die. This is just, it doesn't stay within Florida, though. That's the thing. Like these types of things, the viruses, they don't care about borders. They don't care. They'll spread across the world. Florida not doing this is literally putting the world in danger because of a massive outbreak of like a new disease happens in Florida and they decide, oh, well, we're not going to try any vaccinations or anything. People keep traveling to Florida for some unknown reason at this point. It's going to spread around the world. And I'm very, very concerned about this here in Canada. Why? Because Canadians, a lot of Canadians are also very brain backwards about vaccines, because I've been covering it quite regularly on my channel that This country has had the worst measles outbreak in the world because of people not vaccinating their children with a very extraordinarily safe vaccine. So here, Ontario's measles outbreak is so big, even New York health officials are taking notice. Measles is only a car ride away, says New York travel advisory that warns of cases in Ontario. That was April 7th. Then, on July 14th, Alberta's measles outbreak surpassed case count reported for entire U.S. 30 new cases reported in Alberta over the weekend. Yes, there were more cases in Alberta than the entirety of the United States, even though it was big news in the United States, wasn't getting nearly the same amount of attention here in Canada. And people have already died in this country from measles because people aren't bothering to get their kids vaccinated. Adults, some of the people who have died were adults because they didn't want to get vaccinated. The vaccine saved lives. In another more recent article from August 15th, Canada has most measles cases on the continent as infections up exponentially over 2024. Toronto, so the Pan America Health Organization says Canada has the highest number of measles cases on the continent and more action is needed to address low vaccination rates. The regional agency within the World Health Organization, which covers North and South America, says there has been an exponential rise in measles this year. As of August 8th, it recorded 10,139 confirmed cases. Measles cases across the 10 countries, representing 33-fold increase compared to the same period in 2024, when there was 311 cases. Canada leads the pack with 4,548 measles cases, particularly in Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, and Ontario. PAHO says low vaccination rates are primarily to blame, with U.S. and Mexico also seeing large outbreaks over the past year. The health agency says countries should strengthen routine immunization and conduct targeted vaccination campaigns in high-risk communities. Vaccine coverage rates in the region are 79% of those. Okay, I'm just getting into the math there. So, when the flu vaccine and the next COVID vaccine are available, I will be taking both of them. You can get them done at the same time, and they are free in Ontario because Alberta, pretty much the Florida of Canada, has done the asinine thing of saying, well, we're going to charge $100 for a vaccine for COVID. But if you really want it, you can go to a different province. It's like they're intentionally wanting people infected. There's just no other way around it. They want people to die at that point. Because, you know, it's probably more cost effective to not have people die and continue to be healthy and participate in the economy that you want to brag about so much. Next story on my docket. This is just so. So Dr. Kevin M. Young was just pointing out, male mass shooter, 98%. White mass shooters, 54%. Transgender mass shooters, 1%. And why is he tweeting this out? Because Trump DOJ is looking at ways to ban transgender Americans from owning guns. Got this from CTV News. You know, if they actually reacted this way whenever there was a mass shooting and said, oh, since this mass shooter was a white male, we should ban all white males from having guns, I'd be on board with that. But to ban it from transgender folks because of a single mass shooting. You see, Canada does this sort of thing. Whenever there's a mass shooting, they would go around banning certain types of gun. And right now, I'm pretty sure it's still on the papers that like handguns can't be bought or sold right now. That there was a freeze on the purchases and sales. So they can still be owned if you already had them type thing. But to target such a small community like this, it's like the States is trying to make an apartheid state for trans folks. because they're not allowed to use the same washrooms. They're not allowed to participate in the same sports. They're not allowed to, they're not allowed to have access to health care the same way. All of this sort of stuff. It's like there's an apartheid state where trans folks have their own laws and rules that they have to abide by compared to the average Americans. And when we talk about human rights and all that sort of stuff, that's kind of what we're getting at, is that they should be treated the same as every other American, as opposed to basically being put into an apartheid state. But it's also just disgusting and gross that this is what they're going to crack down on guns for. Not all the other mass shootings, but because trans. In the wake of the Minneapolis Catholic Church shooting, senior U.S. Justice Department officials are weighing proposals to limit transgender people's rights to possess firearms, according to two officials familiar with internal discussions. The talks, described as preliminary in nature, appear to build on an idea that has gained some currency in conservative media since the Minneapolis shooting that killed 2 children and injured 21, most of them children, at an Catholic church. An attack that police say was carried out by a 23-year-old transgender woman. Such a move would represent a dramatic escalation of the Trump administration's fight against the rights of transgender Americans. U.S. President Donald Trump has issued a series of executive orders on the topic, including one barring transgender people from serving in the military, and another ordering federal prisons to move transgender inmates to facilities corresponding to their gender assigned at birth. That is horrific. What happens to trans women and women in men's prisons is just horrific. You are putting them in situations where they will be brutally abused in every way imaginable. It is just, yeah. In addition to the idea of restricting gun rights, has long been a red line for conservatives, with many Republican lawmakers and gun rights groups opposing red flag laws and or other policies aimed at keeping guns away from people suffering from mental health issues. But Justice Department leadership is seriously considering whether it can use its rulemaking authority to follow on Trump's determination to bar military service by transgender people and declare that people who are transgender are mentally ill and can lose their Second Amendment rights to possess firearms, according to one justice official. So people with mental health issues that might make them more violent and more likely to go out and commit mass shootings, they're fine to keep their guns. You know, if they have a background of violence and abuse and all, they're fine to keep their guns. But trans folks, well, they're mentally ill, according to them, and shouldn't have guns. They shouldn't have rights. They don't get to decide what happens to their bodies, according to the United States. Another senior Justice Department official cautioned that any such proposal, should it gain steam, would likely run into legal complications. Millions of Americans have mental health issues, and many take medications but are not a danger to society and therefore cannot have their rights infringed upon. Federal laws require that a judge declare a person to be mentally defective before being stripped of their right to own firearms. So basically, they're just going to say that trans folks are mentally defective, which they are not. I don't think I need to state that to this audience, but absolutely disgusting. The vast majority of mass attacks in the U.S. have no connection to transgender people. Still, after the deadly shooting last week, some conservative allies of the president quickly claimed that gender dysphoria, the psychological distress and discomfort some people feel when there's a difference between their sex assigned at birth and their gender identity, is mental illness that should bar citizens from purchasing a firearm. The goal of the potential ban, according to the justice official, is to ensure that mentally ill individuals suffering from gender dysphoria are unable to obtain firearms while they are unstable and unwell. You know, they're some of the more stable people I know. It is to stereotype them like that, to put this upon them, to fearmonger about trans folks like this. They are literally trying to just make an apartheid state with trans folks and erase them from society. So then just talking more about the disorder, the DOJ under U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has launched a broad effort to target gender-affirming care across the country, including sending more than 20 subpoenas to doctors and clinics who have provided transgender medical procedures to minors earlier this summer. One of those subpoenas, made public through court proceedings, demanded that Children's Hospital of Philadelphia turn over swaths of sensitive information about its treatments, including patient data like birthdays, social security numbers, and addresses. Bondi has previously advocated for some gun restriction laws. As Florida Attorney General, she defended a state law that raised the age requirement for gun purchases in the wake of the Parkland shootings in 2018. She also worked on the policy to ban the use of bump stocks, which allow a shooter to convert a semi-automatic rifle into a weapon that can fire at a rate of hundreds of rounds a minute. During the first Trump administration, the U.S. Supreme Court has since overturned the bump stock ban, and Florida lawmakers are pushing to lower the age restriction on gun purchases. Yeah, where are the Second Amendment right folks now? It's kind of like those free speech warriors tend to be quiet over what's happening to pro-Palestinian protesters. While all the Second Amendment, what is it? The amosexual, I think they're being very quiet about this one too. It's interesting how they pick and choose which cause they're going to fight for. Also, just another story that I want to touch on from the United States. Again, it's just brutal. I don't think we need to go over it too much. I think a lot of people have already seen it, but the fact that the United States is now extrajudicial, just killing people in international waters. This is murder. This is murder. Video shows moments after Trump orders strike on alleged drug smuggler. Alleged. Nobody was found guilty in a court of law. Drug smugglers boat that killed 11. Could have been vacationers. The strike. So here, Truth Social platform appeared to show footage of the speedboat on fire. The strike resulted in 11 terrorists killed in action. No U.S. forces were harmed in this, Trump said. We don't know. How do we know who was in that boat? He added that the U.S. military had identified the crew members of the Venezuelan gang Trende de Dog. I'm not going to be able to say this word right now. Venezuela's communication minister, Freddie, suggested in a post on social media that the video shared by Trump was created with artificial intelligence. Reuters conducted initial checks on the video, including a review of the visual elements using manipulation detection tool, which did not show evidence of manipulation. However, thorough verification is an ongoing process, and Reuters will continue to review the footage and more information become available. Basically, the United States is just keeping, they're poking. They're keeping on, they're trying to poke and poke and poke, hoping for them to lash out. It's the same as what Israel does to like Yemen and Iran, where they will keep on sending missiles and poking. And like recently, Israel killed the politicians in Yemen, the prime minister and stuff. They were all killed, and they keep on doing this, hoping that the other side will be very unreasonable and lash back so that they have the excuse they need to go all in. This is a very, very scary game that... What do you do in that case as a country like Venezuela? What do they do? Because if they don't fight back, then the United States will keep on doing these little pokes all over the place. But if they do fight back, then the United States will pretty much nuke them. The United States is a rogue state right now, with everything that it's trying to do, with all the invasions it's threatened, the annexing it wants to do. They're pretty much a rogue state right now. And it is very disconcerting being their neighbor. it is very, very scary right now. Just the irrationality of it and everything. Oh, this was out of order in my docket. This should have been over a couple spots. I just caught this. I don't know why it was in my recommends, because it's just like something. But this, again, it's horrific. And again, it's making an apartheid state for trans folks in the United States. So Texas passes bathroom bill aimed at trans people after decades of attempts. So, yeah, trans folks have their own laws in the United States. They can't access health care the same way. They can't defend themselves the same way. They can't own the guns the same way as Americans. They don't have the same rights and freedoms. Isn't that what makes it an apartheid state? You know, quite often they can't adopt children. Children can be taken away from them, especially in some states. They're labeled as, you know, being deviant and criminals and stuff like that. So a lot of the times children can be taken away from them. I'm fairly certain that's what an apartheid state is. And that's, again, people keep on having to point out that it's not just trans folks this hurts, but it's also women who don't conform. That's the point. You know, that's the added bonus with these laws for these lawmakers. That's what they want. They also want to be able to target women who don't conform. That's a feature. It's not a bug. Because the reality is, far more cisgendered women will be harassed and targeted versus trans women, just due to numbers. There's far more cisgendered women who don't conform to gender norms than there are trans women. And a lot of trans women also, you would never know that they aren't cis women. And so, you know, far, far, far more cisgendered women will be targeted by this. But that's the point. They want to be able to do that. They want to be able to punish women who don't conform to what they want, to their gender norm. They want to force women to be a certain way and to strike fear into them if they don't. Okay, I'll start this over. I had it muted. Here we go. Actually, I'll just start to where this guy was speaking. Here.
Designated for men.
The question will become, who looks like a woman? Who looks like a man? And suddenly it won't just be transgender people who are targeted. It'll also be cisgender women who don't conform to society's narrow ideals.
How does this prevent such incidents from escalating under this policy?
Sex is defined at birth. It is on your birth certificate. It's on your driver's license.
My birth certificate and driver's license has an X gender marker.
Yeah, I understand that. That's not what I'm asking you. So would I be required to carry my birth certificate to the restroom every time I have to go to prove that, hey, just because I have short hair or maybe I'm wearing athletic clothes or something and somebody's going to say, hey, you don't belong here, but I do? Is there anything that is here to protect such individuals?
No, there is here to protect biological females.
Yes, exactly. And so that's what I am.
And so she would probably be targeted because she doesn't conform to this ideal of what a woman, what they deem a woman should be. And so she is asking, like, how do you prove it? Do we have to start carrying cards to prove which gender we are before we go in? Like I showed, again, Alberta desperately trying to become the Florida, Texas of Canada. The parents have to sign off on their daughters over 12 years old that they were assigned female at birth, that they have a vagina, basically, before they can be allowed to play on girls' sports. What happens when that gets challenged? You're going to examine them to find out? And we've already seen case after case after case of women, cisgendered women, being challenged in washrooms, being assaulted because they don't fit the norms. And then you have trans women who basically will still use women's bathrooms and hope that they don't get noticed because they would be more likely to get far more noticed should they go into a men's washroom. It is just mind-boggling. This is a new issue. Trans folks have been using washrooms for a long, long time. It was never an issue. Where are the cases where people are being assaulted by trans folks in washrooms? You're not seeing them because they don't exist. Because here's the thing, there's no magical barrier at a washroom where it prevents cisgendered men from entering. You know, there's no force field. So if there's a cisgendered man out there that wants to cause harm to a woman, he will still go in. He doesn't need to pretend to be a woman. He will just go in. Like, this doesn't prevent cisgendered men from harming anyone. All it does is harm trans women and cis women who don't conform.
The most haunting figure connected with this bill is the undeniable fact that year in and year out, decade after decade, century after century, about 1% of the population experiences some kind of gender dysphoria, gender ambiguity. They're there always. They have always been there. They always will be there. That is the nature of humankind.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 43 nays. Senate Bill 8 passed third reading.
Oh. It's absolute trash. Texas, Florida, Alberta, Republicans, conservatives, right-wingers, a lot of centrist liberals. It's all Anyway, let's see. The last thing that we have to get into is the Queen of Canada. So something a little bit lighter to end all of this with. But before we get into that, why don't we check the SandBox? Yep, I covered the measles in Alberta, John F. McDropout. I have mentioned that it's like the worst in the world in previous live streams, that the numbers there are so severe. So Live Florida is both governed by idiots and self-interested politicians willing to put public health at risk to virtual signal their base. This is one or the other or both. I pick both. La Gala de Ville. What would folks feel about countries such as Canada, UK placing vaccine requirements for people entering the country? Or is that a rabbit hole? We had that during COVID. That's part of the argument for the trucker convoy, the Freedom Convoy. The thing is that the truckers, the actual workers, were the ones that were fine getting the vaccines, but it was the CEOs and the rich people and the right-wingers that decided to go and shut down Ottawa for 3 weeks. But the actual workers were fine getting the vaccines. But we did have that in Canada and the US. Like when I went to the Majority Report live show in Boston, way back when, I had to have proof of vaccination in order to go. So it has happened, and I think, you know, I'm fine with that restriction, you know, that people need to show proof of vaccination in order to get into countries, especially when these outbreaks are, you know, they threaten people's lives. So life, I almost moved to Florida with an ex that wants a secret open relationship, but just for herself. I dodged 2 bullets there. Sounds like it. Yeah, I went there for Disney World when I was a kid. Did a road trip with the family down there, and then as an adult to spring break, Daytona Beach. But yeah, I'll be getting my vaccines as soon as they're available. We just need to wait for the rollout, and then you can go get them both at the same time. At least in Ontario. And they're still free. Bobby, it's kind of cheap here. I have a doctor I go to who charges 100 pesos per visit. That's $5. Shouldn't have to cost anything to go see a doctor. John F. McDropout, healthy carriers are literally the actual threat. If everyone who had symptoms locking disease down is pretty straightforward. Yeah. And also, especially with COVID, and part of the reason why it spread so easily was it could take up to 2 weeks for it to actually set in. And you were contagious before then, potentially. So, Looney Tunes 9000 is mentioning to people that I read chats and super chats, and if I get a $30 super chat or up to $30 in super chats, you can see a sneak peek of my TYT video that I've been working on. I got the Francesca segment almost wrapped up. I just need to put an end cap on it to it. Let's see. BCAT, our trans comrades are moving out of country if they're fortunate enough to have funds, while others are hiding in their homes in the freest country in the world. Yeah. Because a lot of people say, well, why don't you just move and stuff like that? It's not, you can't sometimes. You can be tied to a community for many, many different reasons, and it costs a lot of money. Like, I can't move out of province. You know, I don't have that freedom because I rely on disability. And if I were to move to a different province, I'd have to apply for disability in that province. And as is the norm, it's extraordinarily hard to get onto disability. It doesn't just automatically transfer. And they like to deny people a couple times before they even allow them on. So I can't move. I have to stay in Ontario. Hello, Paige. The NRA is standing up to trans rights for owning guns. Yeah. Oh, the NRA is standing up for trans folks. That's at least consistent. that's consistent at least. Because the Republicans, all they want to do is just punish trans folks and make them suffer. But the NRA, you know, having that stance, that's at least consistent. Shemagli, that's why Maduro claimed the video was AI, because he'd be facing pressure to domestically strike at the US. Yeah. It was probably just, I was thinking the same thing when I was reading it, that the officials at Venezuela were saying, oh, it's probably AI. We need to investigate more because they don't want to escalate. So they can just kind of use this to sidestep it for now. And lots of people letting me know that it was muted. Paige, I don't know if I want to hear these transphobes justifying their bigotry. It was actually the other way around. So those were the people speaking on behalf of trans folks. So hello, Pixel Snob. Been lurking a lot. I love your discussions. Why, thank you. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, men are so obsessed. What's inside your pants? Yeah. La Gala DeVille. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. Aren't bigger cities in Texas quite blue, though, or purple? I believe so, yeah. Well, Texas used to be a purple state, as far as I know. But they've been redistricting it so much and gerrymandering it so much that it's turning into a red state. They've just done it again recently, I think, to take even away even a few more Democratic seats. But it used to be a purple state. John F. McDrop, Left of the Box gone wild, talking about my spring break. Yeah, the problem was I was 20 and I could legally drink in my country, but not in Florida because the legal drinking age there was 21. So I would have to pay for a lot of money for water. Well, my friends who got like the passes for like cheap beer or something could just be like, yeah, here's my cheap beer. And I get a big stamp on my arm saying minor. That was great. Looney Tunes, if you want that sneak peek, you know what you gotta do. Peacat, I would if I could, but I'm poor, Sandy. I understand. And the thing is like, you're not being denied it so much because eventually the video is going to come out, so you'll see it in full. It's just a fun little tease. So life, most people can't afford an unplanned $600 surprise. So how do you just move on that? Yeah. I don't know if you can hear that. It's Frodo. He makes these weird cries. Need to remember to give him his second medication tonight. He didn't eat much the past couple nights, so I have to give him an appetite stimulant to help out with that. And Looney Tunes is mentioning that I do still need help with the bills. I do. And I was very grateful that people helped me out with his last vet bill when I took him into the vet to find out he's fine. But it still cost me $70 for the examination fee to find out he was fine. But he still has daily medications I have to give him and everything. So ongoing medical vet bills with him. So any help towards that is greatly appreciated. BCAT is very excited for my TYT video. Oh my god, the amount of work I'm putting into it. You have to be fucking crazy. And I am. This is where the autistic ADHD OCD, you know, they what's the word when they all come together to form one super video. I don't know what you want to call it. Did you want to come up and show everyone your adorable little face? We got a Lanier. He's much better now, but he was very scared of me suddenly one morning. Something must have happened during the night that really spooked him. Here you go. But he's better now. Need to trim your claws is what I need to do. Are you okay? Are you okay? He does this weird thing after I come out of the shower and stuff, and I'm trying to like comb out my hair and stuff. He needs to be like in my face. It's almost like he thinks I'm more tasty after I shower, which is, you know, kind of insulting. But he'll put his back paws on the counter and his front paws up here, and he's like pushing into my face. And it's cute but annoying. Why don't we get into some Queen of Canada? And right now, I would like people to put thumbs up if you want to see the video I made about the Queen of Canada. When was this? 2 years ago. Actually, it did quite well for a video essay I did 2 years ago. It's about 13 minutes long. I haven't seen it since. I'm wondering how well it held up, but it's in context to what we're doing because I'm going to talk about the Queen of Canada. So if you're interested in seeing a blast from the past of my channel, put some thumbs up in the SandBox while I'm talking about this story. So I don't know if there's still any pond jumpers in the SandBox, but if you're watching this after the fact, yes, Canada has a queen, and it's not an Elizabeth. No. So apparently, the Queen of Canada was rearrested and charged with violating conditions of release. So we have this person here, Romana Delulu, looks like dildo, who is a cult leader who has declared herself the Queen of Canada and has been getting herself into trouble over and over again because, well, she is a cult leader. And yeah, so 16 people arrested in raids yesterday, 13 imitation handguns seized. I thought I had a video for this. Oh, the video is actually in this. Okay. So Romana Delulu, the so-called Queen of Canada, was rearrested on Thursday, day after she and 15 of her followers were taken into custody and promptly released following a police raid on her cult's compound in rural Saskatchewan. You know it's bad when even the media is telling you this. I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay. All 16 have been released without charges earlier Thursday, the RCMP said in a statement though 5 were released under certain conditions. Dulo, 50, was rearrested for violating her conditions. She's 50 years old. As was a 61-year-old Ricky Mans, the man who owns the former elementary school in Richmond, Saskatchewan, where she and her followers have been living for 2 years, the Mounties say. I need to become a cult leader. But here's a little video on it.
Put the phone down. You're under arrest. All right.
The RCMP arrest of the woman who calls herself the Queen of Canada, captured by her own phone during a live stream.
Down on the ground, please.
She captured her own arrest on live stream. See, I need to start streaming from my phone, so if anything bizarre happens to me out in public, you can all see me live stream it to my channel.
Romana Didalo and 15 others were taken into custody after a raid involving some 30 police cars, 2 tactical vehicles, drones, and a pair of SWAT units.
The next phase of the investigation is now in its early stages. Investigators are still in the process of searching the building, collecting evidence, and interviewing those arrested.
Police say the operation was sparked by reports of an individual with a firearm. They say they seized 4 replica handguns. For 2 years, Didalo and her followers have lived in a former school in the village of Richmond, population just over 100, 365 kilometers west of Regina.
So that's like a good percentage of the population of that tiny town is part of this cult. That's disturbing. I want people to follow me to a little town and make Sandyville.
In July, the village office closed its doors to the public outside prearranged appointments due to harassment and intimidation of staff.
It's so great that we have finally gotten some movement. It's been like, you know, a lot of the community members are very, very frustrated.
Saskatchewan isn't their first home. She and her followers have moved from Atlantic, Canada to BC. And in Peterborough, Ontario, they once tried to arrest some police officers. The group is on the radar of some who monitor cults.
So she is, tells them that she is the ultimate authority, that she is the ruler under natural law. She is effectively the supreme ruler of all the land. She tells them they don't have to pay taxes.
The group is tied to the QAnon movement, believing Canada's laws do not apply to them, and has expressed violent anti-vaccination messages.
And she was telling people don't pay your taxes because you're not really part of Canada or something. I think I have that in my video. That from the looks of it, we might be getting to.
RCMP in Saskatchewan say they have 24 hours after an arrest to lay charges. In the meantime, provincial agencies are conducting their own investigations, which could rule that the building is uninhabitable. Alexander Kwan, CBC News.
So police officers can release individuals on undertakings before a court information is signed. That is when charges are formalized and made public, the statement said. So since the cult set up base in Richmond, the village of approximately 120 people, we got that. There have been a number of complaints from locals who accuse the group of harassing people and plotting to take over the town. That would be a real concern. The Dulo spread various conspiracy theories through social media, and in October 2023, her and her group sent a Richmond administrator 4 cease and desist emails, which threatened the village officials with publicly broadcast execution. Mans has been remanded into custody and scheduled to appear. Let's see, and she was not remanded. Officers seized 13 imitation semi-automatic handguns, ammunition, and a large number of electronic devices. I have not seen this. Let's see what this is. Queen of Canada live streams her own arrest as RCMP deployed to cult headquarters in Saskatchewan. I like that. Cult headquarters. It's like, this is Left of the Box headquarters. Cult headquarters.
This is, you're under arrest. We have a warrant. They have a warrant for what?
Okay, now here's the thing. She has a much larger following than I do on social media. With that quality? What the fuck? Come on. Come on. With that quality? Come on. I should be having a much larger following then.
What kind of warrant did they have? Did they have a arrest warrant? What kind of warrant did they have? You have multiple types of warrant.
Oh, I'm just seeing this. HRM Queen Ramona Dulo, the first queen.
Hey, that's okay, that's okay. That's all right.
What is she
That's all
shooting
right.
on? Was this like a Cracker Jack cell phone or something that you just got from a box of Cracker Jacks? Like, come on. What kind of quality is this?
Okay.
Leave the phone down. You're under arrest.
All right.
Leave the phone down.
Okay.
At least you know it's not AI, because AI wouldn't be.
So there you go.
Down on the ground, please.
Okay.
Please. Okay?
Okay. So everyone.
You're all listening. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
I can't even tell if that purple blotch is the dog or not.
I'm just live streaming. Okay? I'm not resisting. There's no one there that said, here, I'll give you my hand. Here. Okay. Can I just shut off the phone?
And a little bit more, this is an older article, so this article is more than 3 years old, from The Guardian. Queen of Canada, the rapid rise of a fringe QAnon figure sounds alarm. Ramana Didulo claims sovereignty over Canada and is gaining fame online as trust erodes in the country's civil institutions. She travels Canada in flag-draped RV with an entourage. She greets supporters in small towns who eagerly film the encounters on mobile phones. She calls on her disciples to execute healthcare workers and politicians who support mass vaccination campaigns. Fairly certain that's illegal. That's like stochastic terrorism. To her more than 60,000 followers online? Come on! Come on! I just broke 8K. What do I need to do to get the 60,000? Come on. With that film quality, she can have that many followers? Are you kidding me? I get to it in my video, but it's like, I really need to start a cult. She's the newly installed Queen of Canada, but to law enforcement and national security officials, she represents the threat that online conspiracy theorists may be all too capable of inflicting real-world harm. Ramana Didulo, a leader within a fringe QAnon-linked movement, has claimed sovereignty over Canada, gaining limited but growing popularity amid an erosion of trust in the country's democratic and civil institutions. Last week, Didulo made a national headlines after disciples attempted to make a citizen's arrest of police officers in Peterborough and Ontario City. Who cares where it is? The stunt prompted warnings from experts that similar events are likely in the future as online groups become more emboldened to act. Didulo immigrated to Canada from the Philippines when she was 15 after losing both her parents, her website says. In 2007, she set up an engineering, recruiting, and consulting firm and a separate healthcare consultancy, both with limited success. Well, when your businesses fail, start a cult. More than a decade later, she formed her own nationalist political party, Canada First, in 2001, with promises to end the enslavement of Canadians and withdraw the country from international alliances. Pretty sure that was like the liberal Canada First. That was like the liberal slogan. And stop with the purple and yellow. It's mine. I get the purple yellow. You don't get the purple and yellow. I get the purple and yellow. The party and its leader received little notice until last May when she began tailoring her speeches and videos to the narrative of QAnon conspiracy theory. Notable figures in the movement noticed and her popularity surged. On her Telegram channel, that is not sketchy at all. She claims that Queen Elizabeth II was executed for crimes against humanity last year, and that white hats in U.S. military, together with the global allied troops and their governments, have helped install Didulo as the sovereign of the Great White North. I'm just not being creative enough, I think, on my channel when it comes to, you know, conspiracy theories and stuff. Because if I make like really interesting conspiracy theories, then maybe I'll get people following me more. She subscribes to a grab bag of fringe views, including elements of the sovereign citizen movement, a baseless belief that high-ranking U.S. politicians are part of a child trafficking cabal, and claimed that aliens visit Earth 300,000 years ago. She seemed to latch onto conspiracy theories and movements like the Freedom Convoy, and mixes a very religious Christian message. In a way, she's almost become like a religious figure to her supporters. Yeah, that's kind of what cult leaders do. She's charismatic and has created a movement for herself, said Carmen Celestine, a postdoctoral fellow, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we don't need to go through the rest of the article. It's an old article. She also has her own Wikipedia page. Born November 1974, is a Filipino conspiracy theorist who moved to Canada in 1990. Okay, it didn't say when she immigrated in the article. I don't think we need to go through her Wikipedia page. Policy issues. Oh, police issues. So on the morning of September 3rd, 2025, she was arrested during an RCMP raid. Let's see. So Didulo started issuing her own money in March 2023, referring to the sovereign citizen rhetoric. She started handing out the pieces of paper representing unspecified currency to her close followers at first step to a more general distribution. Several of her fans said they were hoping to use the bills to pay for housing and other necessities, even though Didulo did not claim that would be possible. She nevertheless requested more donations to continue printing her currency, claiming it will make every Canadian rich in the future. NFTs in hard copy. So claimed that she is an extraterrestrial, so not others, but she is, with access to secret New Age healing technology that can regrow limbs, that she has abolished utility bills or other debts and has ended adrenochrome extraction in Canada. That's an interesting read there. That is an interesting read. So let me check to see what kind of thumbs were up, to see if we want to watch my old video. Like, I don't know, like how narcissistic is that really? On my channel, we're going to watch my old video. I'm getting some thumbs up. Well, I started live streaming well after this, and I don't think too many people actually go back into my archives to watch old videos of me unless they're looking for something specific, like TYT videos or something. I'll occasionally get a new comment under one of those. Hello, Mudbuds. Yes, this is very funny. No, they could not arrest cops. That was part of the problem. Shemeglia first learned about her through Morgan. I don't understand how she even has a cult. Like when 6 years old played with Army, but they're adults. I'll have to check out Morgan's video on her. La Gala DeVille. Yeah, you've been done dirty, Sandy. Yeah. So life, calmly spoken, get on the ground. Calmly spoken, okay. So life, this is so Canadian, yeah. Okay, people were saying that they wanted to see my old video. Sure. No, but the thing is it did get almost 600 views, which for a video essay of mine from 2 years ago is actually really good. That's some good viewing there. Uh-huh. So policies coming from cults. Yeah. Uh-huh. That was the name of it. And yes, I always try to do a stupid face on my thumbnails. I do not remember. I have a vague idea of some of the stuff coming up in this video, but I don't remember most of it. Like I just recently, when I was going back looking for something, remembered that I actually covered the Liberals boycotting the Ottawa Pride Parade last year. And I'm like, I don't even remember covering it. Because when you do this so often and so much, you do tend to forget what you're doing. Like all the stories you've covered and everything. Oh, that's what the other person was talking about earlier. Taylor Lorenz has just released a video about ICE hacking your phone without you knowing. Okay, that's probably worth a watch later on my own time. Anyway, why don't we watch my video? It's so weird. So narcissistic. Anyway. Left of the box. Got my old logo there. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. That is not changed at all. We used to talk about cults. It was Jonestown, Heaven's Gate, and Branch Davidians that came to mind, all of which ended tragically with many lives lost. Cults can only go on for so long, making promises with no results and claiming fantastical things with no proof before reality comes crashing down. When that happens, cult leaders would rather die and take their followers with them than lose that reverence, power, and control they had over that small group. Yeah, definitely old stuff. The lighting wasn't the greatest. Got my paper sign behind me in the back with my old logo. But this part has not changed at all. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should change it. You think I should change it? But yeah, this is all scripted, so I'm reading from my computer as I'm doing this. Each of these cults used to be somewhat limited. There used to be pushback from the community at large. But now with the internet connecting people and politicians encouraging people's beliefs, we are entering a new age of cultism. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. If you're on Twitter, so am I. If you can, please become a patron and support my channel or purchase something from my wish list to help build my studio. Links in the description box below. Yes. Now when we talk about cults, it's MAGA, QAnon, and COVID enthusiasts that come to mind. What makes these different from cults of the past is the amount of crossover in beliefs, lack of centralized leadership, and their reach to people through familiar sources like Facebook, Fox News, and politicians who help to legitimize conspiracy theories and present lies as facts. While Trump is at the center of a lot of these conspiracies, he tends to support, encourage, and has a lot of influence over them. However, he's not the leader who gets the final say. That was evident when he was booed for telling people to get vaccinated at one of his rallies. He's nothing more than a convenient tool for the overarching conspiracy theories, and he'll be swapped out when he's no longer useful. Without a declared leader... Yeah, I still feel like Trump chases the conspiracy theories. He makes a lot of his own these days, but he tends to chase them and he will field test them to see which ones the crowd latches on to. But, yeah, I don't think too many of them are his own unique idea. That everyone is behind, it allows people to take advantage of this and become spokespeople for the movements. It gives these people fame, followers, and finances. And since their reach is primarily through social media, these cults aren't confined to the US. An example of this would be Canada's so-called queen. No, not the one that just died. The other one who has recently expanded her rulership to become queen of the world. Her name is Romana Didulo. So what's her origin story? Well, she emigrated from the Philippines around 30 years ago. She tried a bunch of things, failed at them, and remained in obscurity until... That's all you needed for the Wikipedia page. One day, she realized if at first you don't succeed, become a cult leader so that anything you say becomes the truth, and it's impossible for you to fail at anything because you're of superior creation, and no one is allowed to question you. Much easier than working to improve your flaws. I wish that sentence was satire, but it does appear to be easier. In May of 2021, she changed her rhetoric to fit QAnon talking points, and she was endorsed by popular QAnon influencers, and voila! A cultivated cult for the taking. And she took. And while she gained prominence, she's not universally accepted in the Q circles. Yeah, I do talk a lot differently in the scripted stuff. I write scripted stuff differently. Slightly peppier. Well, yeah, that's because I have a lot more energy during the scripted readings. I haven't been sitting there for 3 hours. Many claim she's a CIA operative. Yep, the CIA in Canada. Sure. It's not like CSIS would have any say over that. Some of the things she claims: she was appointed as queen because that's how that works, by the white hats and military, along with the global allied troops and their governments, the same groups that helped Trump. Government laws don't apply to her and her followers, especially anything to do with taxes. Can't say I'm surprised there be aspects of libertarians mixed in with this. She can become invisible by cloaking herself, which is not unusual for her alien race. But she's never demonstrated this invisibility. Or maybe she has. How would we know the difference looking at a picture? Maybe she's there, maybe she's not. Oh yeah, and she says she's an alien, like from a different planet. In fact, she's a shapeshifter and has billions of dollars stored at the Vatican, yet still somehow needs her followers to flip her bills. She has medbeds that can cure anything, and her followers will at some point have access to them. I love how most cults include some sort of universal health care. This is appealing even in Canada because our health care is not universal. She says she's good friends with Vladimir Putin, who personally gifted her an autographed watch. She even shows it off to the crowds.
And this watch has been signed by President.
Oh, I'm sure that's authentic. Uh-huh.
President Putin. Thank you, President Putin of Russia. As I said before, Russia is a friend, not an enemy.
Apparently, the Chinese military had clandestinely invaded using secret underground tunnels that crisscross Canada. But with great difficulty, she commanded her forces and cleared the tunnels of the Chinese communists. Oh my god, I totally forgot that this was a thing she said. It went so well, they erased all proof it ever happened. Anyone who received the COVID-19 vaccine had their DNA restructured and is slowly but inevitably turning into controllable robots. And of course she has the cure. She says this to her followers, who are slowly but inevitably turning into controllable minions. Speaking of controllable minions, some of the things she has instructed her followers to do, and they have done. Remember back when people were taking COVID seriously? She had people hand out cease and desist orders to businesses that had any masking or vaccine requirements. She told her followers, many who are struggling financially, to not pay their bills or taxes. That turned out exactly the way you think it would. People had their utilities shut off, and they were confused as to why, and whenever they questioned Romana about it, got no answers. Thankfully, no one has followed through with this next one. She has allegedly instructed her military to shoot and kill anyone who tries to inject children under the age of 19 with any vaccine. She has also allegedly targeted other people with violence, even allegedly threatened her followers with death if they waver. Also, keep in mind, this was happening when anti-vaxxers were blocking entrances to hospitals and tensions were high. The biggest attention-grabbing event so far was last month when Romana told her followers to arrest police officers. That happened on August 13th in Peterborough, Ontario. Like with not paying the bills, that turned out exactly the way you think it would. I'm somewhat amazed at how restrained the police were. The police should realize when push turns to shove, the right wing won't be on their side, even if a lot of them are on the right wing side. During this stunt, Romana, who was just there to observe her loyal followers, was oh so kind when she gifted them with veggies and sardines. You no longer have to put any effort into making up stories when reality gives you far more interesting particulars than anyone could ever come up with. So far, 6 people have been arrested for their involvement while Romana continues her road trip across Canada. How can so many people fall for what to many is obviously a con? The answer isn't that complicated. People are desperate and want hope of a better future. They want reasons for their suffering and solutions to fix it. People aren't getting answers from government officials, and it feels like no matter who we elect, there's never any improvement, which is a valid way to feel. Even if people don't believe in COVID and climate change, they're still feeling the negative effects and want someone to stand up and confirm their biases because it's easier than admitting their core beliefs are wrong and are often contributing to the problems. Romana gave them actions they could do to feel like they had some control in their lives, which was a smart call on her part. This is turning her cult into a movement. Most other cults' rules are contained to that group, but she is pushing to make this policy, and with corrupt, disingenuous, pathetic, spineless conservative politicians willing to do anything for a vote, she has influence with them. Romana also has followers with high incomes who know exactly what she is, but support her because they share a lot of the same goals, like not wanting to abide by laws, not wanting to pay taxes, libertarian stuff. Her followers with lower incomes who are so desperate for a better life and want nothing more than for her to be real, look for any proof she is their savior. An anagram for her name is I am our Donald, which is all the evidence some people need. I mean, how else could this be interpreted, so long as you ignore the other anagram of her name? No, you ram a dildo. It says a lot about a person as to which one they put more value in. People are willing to sacrifice their finances for what she promises, even if it hurts them. They believe it's a sort of investment. One person even gifted her with an RV worth tens of thousands of dollars. People are committed to this cult, and like with the cults of the old, it can only go on for so long before the lies are unsustainable, before people realize they're not going to get what they were promised, before it implodes and ends with violence. But how bad could this get? I mean, she's only been at it since May of last year. Surely the number of followers she has isn't that many. Let's see. Currently she has between 60 and 70,000 followers on Telegram. Huh. Since May of last year. Really? I've been doing this all wrong. I need to start a cult. Sure, why not? I failed at a bunch of things, so on to cult leadership it is. Okay, I'll need an interesting backstory. I'm from the planet Truleron, and there I was like the equivalent to royalty. On my planet, astral projection is considered a form of espionage, and I'm particularly good at it, so it was used against me to overthrow me, and I had to flee to this planet. I'm working towards building my forces so I can return to my rightful place as ruler. If you follow me, you'll get to come with me and live forever. On my planet, we have universal health care that covers dental, hearing, eye care, mental health, basically anything you need for a healthy mind and body. Also on my planet, we have puppies and kittens that still look like puppies and kittens when fully grown. Who wouldn't want that? And I'm doing good with my time here. I stopped an invasion of space hamsters, kind of like triples but with fangs and bloodlust. There's no evidence of my actions because I'm that good. I fully accept your gratitude. Because of my astral projecting, I know all the secrets of Earth. I've been inside the pyramids. I know what's behind Stonehenge. Well, it's not behind or below. It's actually above and only visible in the astral plane. Now, I can't tell you all the secrets because the human mind is just too frail to comprehend it. But I can give little hints. I will tell you what your government is up to. I just happened to be astrally projecting in the room when they were talking about adding mind control vitamins to maple syrup. I don't have an invisibility cloak. What I do have is this invisible goblet. You see, psychics, well, they just aren't real, not like me. If I take a sip from this goblet while looking at you, I can see a glimpse of your future. Shit. Huh. Well, I've put it back together before. It's like an invisible jigsaw puzzle, easy peasy. And I have here this autographed pocket watch handed to me from Abraham Lincoln himself. Yep, I am that old. This is what healthcare on my planet looks like. His signature is just right behind my fingers. My command to my followers. Look into the policies of the people running in your municipal elections and vote. Be nice to others. Try to see things from other people's perspectives. Hit the like button on all of my videos. Watch all of my videos to find the hidden messages. Spread my message by sharing my content. To show your loyalty, subscribe to my channel. Be a super follower by following me on Twitter, even if you don't have an account. Become a Patreon to support my channel. Gift me not with an RV, but with something from my wish list. But really only if you can afford it. A special thanks to those of you who have pre-joined my cult and are already a patron. And a super special thanks to the person who gifted me with the mic kit from my wish list. The cult of LeftoftheBox awaits you. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. That's Frodo. Yeah, so that was my video. I think I'm pretty good at writing funny. And Abernathy found a really loud cat toy to play with suddenly. I got them that cat toy a while ago and they were ignoring it, but now suddenly both him and Lanier really love it, which is great, but it's noisy. Yeah, so that was my video. Let's see, was there anything else? No. Oh, speaking of conspiracy theories, since we're on the topic, there's this one last thing. But let me know what you guys think of that video. I hope to get back to more scripted stuff once I'm done the TYT video and stuff. Yeah, I want to live on a planet where kittens and puppies look like kittens and puppies even when they're adults. That would be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, I want to get back to doing some more scripted stuff because I do write funny, I think. Just wait till my TYT video is out. But speaking of conspiracy theories, I think a lot of you have already seen this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's like I guess once you start going down the true crime rabbit hole, this is next. How can you take her to be a credible journalist, news commentator, who checks her sources when she goes to this?
Definitely. Me
So,
too.
yeah.
And 9/11?
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
It was them Arabs.
Well, look, 9/11.
They
9/11. I am curious what you guys think about it because I'm not convinced that Israel
controlled
was
demolition.
behind.
I don't know about Israel, but it's
Well, if you
it's
literally
a controlled demolition.
Yeah, you look at the videos and it's definitely
buildings.
suspicious, Yeah.
You literally have Netanyahu saying 9/11 was the best thing to happen to Israel.
That's on the record. You're right. He did say that. Netanyahu
He's-
said on the record that 9/11 was good for Israel.
So you're
How are they our allies? Someone please explain that to me.
Definitely.
so
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about them being our allies for other things. 9/11 is not on my radar.
And 9/11?
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
It was them Arabs.
Well, look, 9/11.
They
9/11. I am curious what you guys think about it because I'm not convinced that Israel
controlled
was
demolition.
behind.
Yeah, okay, so let's get joined by one of my companions from True Laron that I brought with me. Come on. From my home planet. Come on. Still working on communicating in English. So here's some of the things about 9/11. It happened. And there's things called science and facts and things of that sort. And so this idea that the towers, that was a controlled demolition. So yes, the science, there is a definite science to demolitions. And you see, it would take years and years and years of prep in order to demolish those towers. Like we're talking a long time. And it would get noticed if people were putting detonators throughout the building, not to mention the length of time that it would happen. Also, you notice with demolition buildings that they strip everything out first, like the furniture, the walls, and everything that can be stripped out is stripped out. And again, that's because there's this thing called demolition science, which basically, if you have stuff on the floor, it can deflect the blasts, and you don't want that, because if you do that even in the slightest, then the building's going to tip over versus just going straight down. And so they have to take out everything to make sure that there's no ricochet blast, that the blast gets where it's supposed to, that sort of thing. There's nothing interfering with it. You know, some like what they put the detonators in when they were building the towers, because yeah, it would get definitely noticed if they were trying to add it in after the fact, but you can't have explosives in a building that long. No. And there's a reason why it looks like a demolition, and that's because when people think of the towers going over, they think of a timber type thing, where it would fall sideways like that. But you see, we're talking about things that are massively heavy. So a tree, if you chop a tree down at the bottom, it will go doom, because it's strong enough to maintain its form as it's going down. But you ever notice if you chop off the top of a tree, it doesn't go boom, it tends to just fall straight down. And so here's the thing, the planes, they hit at a fairly high level within the buildings. And does jet fuel melt steel when burning? No, but what it does do is weaken the hell out of it. Just think of like a thing of spaghetti. You know, you have a dry noodle spaghetti, and you put a little bit of a weight on top of it. But then in the middle of it, and it's supporting that weight, but in the middle of it, you start cooking it somehow through brainwaves or whatever. You start cooking the middle of it. You don't have to wait until it's fully cooked before that goes. And again, we're talking about the Twin Towers. Those are massively big buildings. And so all that had to happen was for the steel beams to be weakened. They didn't need to melt. They just needed to be weakened, because basically what was happening is you are dropping a 30-story building on top of another building. So the amount of weight that those pillars were carrying for the upper levels was immense to begin with. So all you had to do was weaken the beams. And then it is a building being dropped on top of a building. And when that happens, it goes straight down. And so then that's why you kind of see in some of the footage, the building going like this. It kind of like peels almost, like something is pushing down and pushing the walls out. And then you also see these things like, oh, there's explosions coming out of the windows. Yeah, because there's a thing called air pressure. Because those windows weren't open to begin with. They kind of weren't designed to be opened. Something about the skyscrapers that way. They weren't designed to just let the air in. And so as the building is coming down with so much force and weight, it basically, each level has a cushion of air in it. And as you squish it, it finds the easiest way to expel, which was through the windows. So you would see them explode as they're going down because the air pressure in them was so much. But that is what happened, is you had a building dropped on top of another building, which caused it to all come down. Now, the thing that will always outrule a lot of these conspiracy theories, like, oh, the lunar moon landing was fake, or 9/11 was an inside job with all that. There's something that will always debunk this, and that is the human element. The amount of people that would have had to been involved for it to be a controlled demolition, we're talking hundreds to thousands of people would have had to been involved in some way. And again, are we talking about when the buildings were constructed, or it was done more recently in the years? Because even if it was a controlled demolition, it would have taken years to set up. And so are you telling me in all of that time, not a single whistleblower since then? That there hasn't been a single whistleblower to come out and say, no, this is what happened and here's the papers. Here's the proof. Not a single one. All of them. Because here's the thing, because if you have hundreds to thousands of people with this knowledge or little bits of the knowledge, then you would need hundreds and thousands more people to be monitoring them to make sure that they aren't saying these things. But then those people would also know what those people know, because then they would know when they're about to release the information they're not supposed to. And so then the bubble of the people who know gets exponentially larger. And so are you telling me that thousands of people who would have been involved, all of them throughout all of this time, kept their mouths shut? Really? Really? We've seen so many leaks from the White House recently. Like, WikiLeaks is a thing too. And again, the lunar landing. Thousands of people would have had to been involved for it to be faked. And again, are you telling me that all those people, after all this time, when not a single one has come forward with concrete proof? That's the human element. There'd be leakers. There'd be a lot of leakers if this was faked, if this was a controlled demolition. And so that is just your 4-minute debunking of the idea, the ridiculous idea that it was a controlled demolition. Now, is it possible we don't know all the facts? Absolutely. There are going to be elements of it we don't know. It's not, the public isn't privy to. Is it possible that there are some officials in Israel who knew it was going to happen and chose to say nothing? Sure, but there's no proof of it. So why, with everything that Israel is currently doing and all the horrendous things that we have proof for, why do you feel the need to just throw this at them too without any proof? Because you know what else I saw the day of? Was a whole bunch of Muslim people celebrating. Because for some reason the news organizations thought that would be a good thing to put on the TVs. So, it turns out it wasn't related. So, yeah, just, you don't need to go there with 9/11. If you're not an expert in these areas, you don't need to go. Just, you don't have to give your opinion on everything. And the only reason why I know a lot of this shit is because I actually watched that shit ton of documentaries when it came to this sort of thing. Like, not about 9/11 specifically, but architecture when it came to, like, when, the planes hitting tall buildings and how they're designed to actually handle those impacts and things. Because that came in... Okay, it's because I was watching documentaries about earthquake-proofing buildings, okay? Fine. I'm bringing it back to natural disasters. So I know a little bit about these things. Yeah. Let's see what people are saying. The Wild West, it's the Illuminati. So life, it was thermite injected into key support beams. They just did it at night. And there's no security cameras or restricted access to these buildings. I know you're not being serious. So life, according to the Pentagon, not only does jet fuel melt steel, but it also vaporizes it, which was the explanation for why there was little wreckage, even though it didn't burn wood. Well, a lot of it just got pulverized on the way down. Yes, Rachel Atwood, I'm still at it so much. I'll do 2 live streams to cut down the time. Mudbud. So, building 7 then. Yes, another building went down and it was receiving a lot of heavy damage from the towers. And there were fires on it as well. Mudbuds. I'm sorry, but it's entirely possible. What is entirely possible? That it was a controlled demolition? Like, sure, anything is hypothetically possible, but realistically, what is possible? When it comes down to it, a lot of these conspiracy theories and stuff out there, a lot of the things that we talk about, I neither believe nor disbelieve because I haven't seen, you know, like I've seen the lunar landing on TV and stuff like that, but I haven't seen it with my own eyeballs. And so I neither believe nor disbelieve a lot of things in this world. But in the end, you know, does it matter to me personally? Like, yes, if 9/11 was an intentional act by the American government, that would be an important story, but they didn't need that as an excuse. They used it. They didn't need it to go into Iraq. And Rachel Atwood, 9/11 and 10/7 were both result of administrational negligence. Yeah, like there were reports or something that President Bush knew that this was a possibility of an attack on that scale and wasn't paying attention and stuff. Like it's entirely possible, and it's entirely possible that Israel knew and just chose to do nothing. But yeah. Let's see. So Live, some say planes for CGI. Yeah, I saw loose change. And how exactly, because the thing is that people on the ground saw the planes. So, and we're talking about the technology back then, not quite the same as what it is now. And why did they take all the Pentagon footage and never release it? Well, probably because it was Pentagon footage. And again, the public isn't privy to everything. It doesn't help when the public isn't privy to everything when it comes to these conspiracy theories. But there are some things that it's probably sensitive government information that they don't want the public to know. And they'd rather people believe all these wild conspiracy theories than to actually know the truth. So, like, by the way, I'm repeating conspiracy videos from Discovery Channel. Jet, 2-hour live streams to stop it from being long, stop being 4 hours, making it 8 hours. Yeah. Let's see. the Wild West. The problem is the government has done legit evil stuff, so that's hard for people to trust them. Example, MK Ultra experimenting on people of color. Yeah, like that's the thing. I've seen documentaries about. So these conspiracy theories turned out to be true, and sometimes, yeah, they are true. And that's part of what makes it so difficult to know and to trust the government, because of some of the absolute horrendous things that they have already done to our people and whatnot. So Life, no, they took everyone's footage of the Pentagon. And apparently the planes would have had to fly feet above ground for miles. Rachel Atwood, I was 17 during 9/11 and went to college in New York. And the next year, a number of my classmates knew someone who died in after the attacks. Ooh. Yeah, Sam Cedar was saying that he was on top of the building. Like, not that building, but a building in New York, because he lived in New York and he saw them go down. Oh. That's traumatizing. Oh, okay. So I guess since there's no $30 super chats, you're not going to get the sneak peek of the TYT video. But eventually you will see the whole TYT video. It'll be a doozy. I have that sound drop from Jenk too that I'll probably end up using somehow. When he was talking about his Jubilee thing, saying, it'll be a doozy. This video will be a doozy. It's, I'm just hoping that my work on it's going to pay off and somehow it just, you know, more than 1,000 views would be nice. But my channel doesn't exactly bring in the views, even though you saw my cult video. It holds up. It holds up. It's all algorithms and whatnot. Yeah. I don't know how to play the algorithm game all that well, so it is what it is. I'll keep trying. I'll keep trying. Rachel Atwood, I don't have $30 to give. I can give 2 or 5. Well, if you're struggling, I don't want any. Like, only donate whenever, if possible. I don't want people, you know, denying themselves anything if they need the money. And eventually, like I said, it will come out. It's a fun little bit. But I'm also kind of pooped because this has already been almost 4 hours. And I was hoping to go for my walk tonight, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. B-Cat, I watched it live on TV. It really didn't feel real in the moment. So Life, and if you look at controlled plane crashes footage from the testing nuclear reactor walls, it looks nothing like the Pentagon. There weren't even wing marks. Again, we're just... It's not something that we can just go replicate exactly. No, we don't want to. There's a lot... There are things that we don't know. There are probably elements that are bad reflections of the government that we don't know about, but... And maybe someday it'll come out that some of these conspiracy theories were right. But right now, the idea that the towers were a controlled demolition is a little sus. Are you going to come up? You're coming up this time. There we go. Wild West, did you all see the devil coming out of the smoke? Yeah. Looney Tunes 9000, you lazy, uncharitable fools that want a sneak peek. Well, you can always try again on Sunday. I'll be doing a live stream on Sunday. I'll be talking about some provincial news, again, more about schooling and whatnot. Plus, Mark Carney wanting to bring one of the creators of the Project 2025 up to talk. Yeah, that happened. Be talking about that. Rachel Atwood, hopefully your presence in the TL, TJ, MTG, and Kevinista streams will lead to a proper collaboration. I know they're all interested in a Canadian perspective on Made, but struggle to schedule it. More than happy to talk about it. Sweetie. Yeah, sweetie. Jed, I remember waking up going downstairs to watch cartoons, and instead of cartoons, I just saw plane hitting buildings on repeat. I had to go upstairs and ask my parents what the fuck happened. It's an unforgettable day for people who live through it. No matter, anywhere in North America, in the Western world. An attack like that was just, something that you never conceived could be possible. Rachel Atwood, yes. Turn left, no justice. MTG, Kevin Logan. Well, I don't think Turn Left knows who I am, because I haven't popped up in any of their chats. But Kevin Logan and Helena do. The Wild West, I was in my journalism class, and somehow my prof knew immediately that we were going to go with War with Iraq. Oh, it's the same. As soon as October 7th happened, a lot of people who pay attention knew that Gaza was about to be wiped out. I was looking forward to going on my walk, because when I go on my walk, I get to dream about my book. Yes, the sequels and the prequels, and some of the characters in here are going to have much more prominent roles. You're going to get to know some of the characters that they maybe didn't make it into this book. New characters. There's so much that the world that I am building around this book is just so fascinating. I don't know how well it will sell, though, because like a lot of the stories are just stories. They're not like, ooh, end of the world type stuff. It's just you're watching people, or kinfolk in this case, go on in their lives and things that happen to them. But it's not necessarily, it's more like what Star Trek Next Generation used to be, where sometimes episodes were just personal development. It wasn't, the ship didn't need to be saved every episode type thing. And sometimes it was more philosophical things going on and personal things, learning, self-discovery. And so a lot of the stories are just going to be like that. But so it might not be interesting in that aspect, but if you like that type of story, then I'm pretty sure my books will be super interesting. Because you just get to see a different world, but still in this one. It's, I can't wait to actually be able to get back onto these books, but need to finish the TYT videos first, because ain't no way I'll finish the TYT videos if I move back onto my book. Rachel Atwood, I asked Curtis, and he said he was open to having you on, but not in a definitive sense. Yes. Sometimes, a lot of times, they just say that to be polite. The whole, oh yeah, I'll check into them, and then they don't, because they're just busy. They can't investigate everyone who's recommended and all that sort of stuff. It's just, it is one of those things where there's so much out there and so much content. And if they don't know who I am, they would want to vet me first, which is a lot of work on their part. And they don't just want to go on the word of some people who are in their chats, even if they're people who are reliable, because bringing somebody onto your channel, you're de facto endorsing them somehow. Like, unless you're bringing them on for a debate and for it to be contentious. But if you're bringing them on to speak, like if they bring me on to speak about Made, then they are endorsing me in a way. And so they'd want to make sure that I'm somebody that's not like a nut job or will become right wing suddenly and stuff. It's yeah, I understand it. Rachel F. They did take my advice on Matt Binder, but he's very known quantity. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. But I am looking forward to the day when I actually get onto a channel that's bigger than mine. Hasn't happened yet. I'm approaching my 5-year anniversary. It'd be nice to happen before that, where I actually get invited onto a channel that is larger than my platform. Because so far the only ones I've been on are smaller than mine. And a lot of those smaller channels have been onto a lot of these larger platforms and have landed interviews with people that I would love to be able to interview and have on discussions with, but it's the algorithm game. It is what it is. I'll keep working at it. Like the Vanguard got to have Mehdi Hassan on. I would love to talk to Mehdi Hassan about a whole bunch of different things. I'm just saying. Just saying. But the thing is that I have a hard time just randomly inviting people on unless I have, like, there's something specific I want to talk to them about. Otherwise, it's just weird. It's like, great, I have this person on. Shit, what am I going to talk about? So there's usually something very specific that I want to talk to them about in order to bring them on in the first place, as opposed to just shoot the shit, unless it's somebody like Mark Joycey, who I know can give good commentary on Canadian stuff, or Tomorrow from the Five. But then there's also the people from the Power Report that I'll bring on to just have commentary. But if I'm bringing on someone like Mike Figueiredo, Lance from the Serves, if I could ever get David Dole on or something like that, it's not just to do commentary on Canadian politics. It's more, there's something, a story specific that I want to talk to them about. And that's the thing. I don't think I could just invite on Mehdi Hassan to be like, let's talk about the underfunding that Doug Ford is doing on the healthcare system here in Ontario. The letter hack was rejected by Mehdi Hassan, yeah. And I think a lot of people would probably have a hard time taking my channel seriously if they see like the intro and stuff like that. They wouldn't necessarily think that I'm a serious political commentator. But yeah, it's hard to, but once you start getting into it, I think it's easier. Once you become a more well-known quantity, then people would be more likely to think, oh yeah, I'll have them on. Like, if my TYT videos are any good, I would imagine after that point, the Vanguard might actually have me on, but I might make my TYT videos and they're complete and utter trash and they get only 200 views each. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I'd love to have all these people on my channel at some point. It's just, what am I going to talk to them about? You see, I would have a easier time inviting on like Helena or Kevin Logan so that we can do a compare and contrast with parliamentary systems and stuff and be like, so you're Keir Starmer, huh? My Mark Carney? Yeah, Whereas, what am I going to have Matt Binder on my channel for? You know, there's nothing that I can think of that he's more specialized in that I'm also specialized in, that there's a crossover. There's not that thing there, you know? I think at one point I was interested in bringing him on to talk about something, but that was like so long ago because there was something specific that would be in his area. Because I don't necessarily, like, I brought Sam Cedar on, but that was like an interview. Like, I was interviewing him about his life. But, you know, I would love to have Sam Cedar on just to talk about the news and whatnot. Like, if I were to get on a channel that's larger than mine, I would love to be the Majority Report. I'm just saying. I would love to get onto the Majority Report. To give, like, commentary and stuff. But I also know it's harder for channels because I'm not specialized, you know, I'm giving commentary on political and social stuff. It's not like I'm an expert in any one field where you would bring me on to talk about this subject. Because yes, I have opinions about MAID. I know MAID quite well. I'm not an expert on it, you know. So if they were to bring on somebody to talk about MAID, they would want an expert. So it's like, why? What benefit would I bring the majority report if I were to go on when I don't have anything very specific to talk to them about? Because like I could see myself doing something like when Nomiki used to go on and just be like a co-host for the second half. I could do something like that, but that's not something the majority report does anymore. But there's nothing, like I don't have a specialized field for them to be like, I'm wondering about blank. Because whenever they've had people on to talk about Canadian politics, they're journalists or something of that sort, or people who have been involved in politics for years and years and years, and that's their specialized field. They're not going to bring me on to talk about, you know, Kearney's history and stuff like that when I'm learning it at the same pace as the average Canadian. But yeah, there's actually like specific things that I would like to talk to Medi about, but coming on my channel. Rachel Atwood, Silly and Billy aren't exactly serious, but they've grown a lot in the last few years. I would agree with that. Rachel, I mentioned MAID since that's something where you have a unique perspective that Canadians who haven't dealt with disability and poverty haven't experienced. You totally need to be on Leftist Mafia. There's no excuse why they haven't had you on yet. There needs to be a 2 Canadian minimum on the panel. Either Dave or Lance can't make it. You should fill in for them. I've asked. At this point, with a lot of these people, I'll just have to wait to be invited. I've asked. But I don't want to pressure them into it if they're not comfortable for it for whatever reason. I know I can come across as a bit weird with my autism and everything. Like what I would love to do sometime, I think would be super fun, is to have like a game show type thing, Canadians versus American, on politics and stuff. See who knows the other country better, and of course Canadians would win. It'd just be funny to watch. And as much as I would actually love to go on Leftist Mafia because that would be great exposure and stuff like that, I suck on panel shows because autism. I don't know when to butt in. I don't know how to do it. It's not something I'm good with. The last time I was on the panel was for Zoran Mandami's election night. And so it just got to the point where I would raise my hand in order to speak, because I'm not good at that sort of thing. I don't know how neurotypicals or people who are closer to neurotypicals magically know when to cut in and start saying things. Like I'd be a lot funnier on panels if I knew how to cut in at the right time, because sometimes it's like, I have a great retort to that, but I can't cut in. And then by the time I'm actually able to cut in, it's like way too late to drop the joke type thing. Hello, Rich B. Hello, Manoop. Like, let's just say I've talked to Matt Binder through the Letter Hacks show. Mike Figueredo has been on my show. Lance has been on my show. David Dole probably has never had any sort of communication with me. Rebecca and I have had communication, I think, through Letter Hacks show. Ben Dixon and I have communication through Letter Hacks show. Like a lot of these people I have had some sort of connection or communication with, but you know. Miss Man, don't raise your hand. Show them your cat. Instant win. Yeah. Just hold up my cat every time I want to talk. I'm sorry, Linear, but even though you're a lot lighter, I can't hold a position for very long without my leg going painful. Oof. Oh. There we go. Get the circulations back in my toes. Rachel Atwood, what about smaller shows on this space? Be more than happy to do collaborations. I don't know how to arrange them. But I'm definitely more interested in having collaborations on other people's show because I've done a lot on my show. And it's easier because then I don't have to be the one driving it. And I can just respond. I'm good at responding to things. If people haven't noticed with my ADHD, I can go off on tangents sometimes. But yeah, it'd be fun. It could be a lot of fun, but someday. Just, you know, I might have commentary to say about, you know, what the Vanguard was saying again today about content creators that I do not agree with. I don't know if they clipped it, but if they did, then I might clip it to be like, because some stuff they were saying about the people who make it in this and whatnot, and it's like, it's not, no, it's not quite what you're saying. It's not quite what you're saying. Rachel Atwood, Angry Ginger, Difficult Truth, etc. Yeah, I don't know them all that well, but I'd be more than happy to do collaborations with them. And after I release my TYT videos, the plan is, you know, to premiere one, so I'm in the SandBox with everyone, and then do a talk back about the episode. Ideally, I'd want to have somebody on with me who's also familiar with the content to join me with the talk back. But that's a huge time commitment to ask of anyone because they'd have to sit through the premiere and then do the live stream. So we'll see. They're still not close to being done. I'm close to getting part 1, a scripted first draft script type thing. Because I just need to put the end cap on the Francesca segment part of it, and then it's into part 2. And depending on how long part 2 is, I might be moving the Francesca segment into part 2. Because part 1 is already pretty long once I add on all my dialogue and whatnot. But it's basically like this is a slow grind because as I'm doing the video, as I'm scripting it, I'm also making sure here's the clip, here's the cut in the clip, here's how I'm going to react to it, here's the images that I need. So that when I'm scripting it, I don't have to make all these things afterwards and then realize I forgot something. So as I'm scripting it, I'm also like, okay, what image do I need here? What graphic do I need up here? Here's the clip. Am I reacting to the clip on screen or am I just showing it and cutting in? Am I going to be talking over the clip? Is there going to be B-roll behind me? Like all of this sort of stuff. So I'm incorporating that into the video editing program as I'm scripting it, so that when I'm scripting it, all I have to do is put in the dialogue. Rachel, I'm sure you get major eyeballs after the TYT expose. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It's just a lot of stuff. It's just, yeah. I've only had 3 videos do over 10K views. So I'm not necessarily sure. I'm not too confident. And I have to check my bases and stuff too, because I don't have anyone reading through my script with me. Like just sometimes reliable things to make sure that I'm not digging myself into a hole. I'm not in touch with Christina. But I'll show you, tell you what, I'll show you a super quick sneak peek from the video, but nothing to do with the people, but just to show you the kind of work that goes into it. And this little bit that I'm about to show you is from the Francesca element. So this isn't the full Francesca sneak peek, just the tiny part within it, just to give you an idea of how much work goes into this. So here is where Anna was mocking Francesca, saying she's attacking Jank about because she had released that video on Twitter about her being right about the detention camps. And then Anna, there's that clip of her mocking Francesca, saying she's just doing that for clicks and stuff because she's not attacking TYT, and then what? And Jank just folds like a little bitch here. Doesn't stand up for Francesca at all when Anna is attacking Francesca on screen. And so then it's like the dialogue right after this clip is, Francesca was right. She was really, really right. Because it then gets into this video here. And this is Maxwell Frost, who went to Alligator Alcatraz. And this is a clip of him about a minute and a half long from Democracy Now! Talking about his experience at Alligator Alcatraz. But then I'm having all these graphics that you can see in the corner, headlines that I found and clipped and stuff to put together to show, you know, backing up the information. Like, here's all the, here's stuff about Alligator Alcatraz. So all that stuff about detention camps that Francesca was trying to warn about. Yeah, there was a thing. There was a thing. And then pointing out this tweet where Jank was replying to her, then highlighting this part saying, when you say, so Jank was replying to her saying, when you say this mass deportation camps, you're scaring the shit out of people who are undocumented and haven't committed any crimes. Stick to facts. Oh, you mean like all of these people who are innocent, who haven't committed any crimes, being deported to El Salvador? You mean those people? They shouldn't be scared? Oh, and then there's the people that were shipped to a real kind of gulag in Venezuela, where they were abused and assaulted. No, Venezuelans who were deported to El Salvador detention center, where they were abused and assaulted. They were innocent. Oh, and then what about this? You know, what about the fact that RFK Jr. was talking about sending troubled teens and people with addictions and mental health issues to farms, wellness farms? What could go wrong there? Oh, and what about this? You know, what about Trump actually invading LA with the National Guard? It's illegal, and he's done it. But yeah, okay. Because here, Judge fined Trump's administration willfully violated law. Okay. Oh, and then there's also the National Guard in D.C. There's that. D.C. sues Trump administration over National Guard deployment, but it's not going away anytime soon. And Trump is also saying that he wants to send them to possibly Chicago and New Orleans. Oh, and then there's this. He just executed some people, 11 people, Venezuelans. He seems to be really against Venezuelans, just executed them in open waters. Oh, and of course, who can forget this, that he wants to annex Greenland and the Panama Canal. And he wants to make Gaza into a resort town. And of course, Canada wants to annex Canada. So back here, when Anna is mocking Francesca for saying, like, oh, she's pointing out that somehow Trump is uniquely evil, that no one else. I'd like to argue that, yeah, Trump is uniquely evil. That no other president has done this. I think that's, I think Francesca was right on this. Yeah. But like all of these, I had to search those headlines, clip them, put them together, make them into graphs, all of this. And then this isn't done because they're going to be blended so they fade in and out. And yeah, like that's a lot of work to put into a 1.5-minute video right there. 1:45 to, yeah, about a 1.5-minute video. Yeah, Christina's about to be evicted. I tried boosting her on Twitter and Blue Sky, but I don't get any engagement on those channels. Silly and Billy appreciated your previous job, though I suspect they didn't amplify it nearly enough. I'm not sure what that's in reference for. Oh, read Christina, yeah. Miss Manjank attacks progressives and wants to have a drink with white supremacists. Charlie Kirk. Getting into a lot of that in part 2 and wonders why everyone hates me. Yeah. The Wild West, I'm probably neurodivergent, but now I'm scared to seek support diagnosis, you know. Rachel Atwood, Cenk is a ghastly gaslighter. Oh. His adversarial relationship with truth is appalling. Did you remember that during his video, when he was explaining why he's firing and banning Francesca from the entire show, he likes his rules of 3, you know, 3 reasons, 3 rules. And so for TYT, there are three things that, you know, you can't do or else you're going to get fired. And the first one is no lying. Yeah, that's the first rule. No lying. Mm-hmm.
Recently, Francesca Fiorentini asked us at TYT to take her podcast, Habituation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely. So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward. So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how this whole situation isn't really about Francesca. It's about TYT, our community, and
it's about his ego
and what we stand for. So I think where the issue comes in is when things get personal. So we got 3 rules, generally speaking, on air here at TYT that are relatively bright lines. So one is, and I say relative, I'll explain that in a second. One is no lying.
Yeah, no lying. Sorry, just thought of something to put in here. Hey, sweetie. Oh. Let's see what people are saying. Rachel Atwood, has he always been this awful on the inside, or did he explicitly change his way in the recent months, years? It's a combination. You know, some people would say it's always been there. Other people have said he's changed. I say he's changed a lot, from what he used to be. I know it's beyond cliche by now, but the lack of MJB in this space is insanely stark. Yeah. Are you being serious right now, Looney Tunes? You have until the delay of this stream to delete that comment. Rachel, he wasn't perfect. Hell, he held my ham-bake ransom for 24 hours when I really needed it one time, but there's no way he'd have put up with this bullshit nonsense. I'm not entirely sure what that's in reference to. But, yeah. Yeah.
Two is no.
Oops. Only one of my headphones works. I need to get new headphones. I keep on forgetting which ear hole I should be using.
Two is no threats of physical violence.
The reason Jimmy Dore was out the door was in part what he did to me, and you and I talked about that at the time. It was when he had to finally face the fucking music and be like, "Hey, you cannot bully another not employee but a contributor."
Granny? I stood up for you, right?
You did. It had to get bad, but you did.
And number three is don't denigrate personally the other hosts in the network over and over and over.
Yeah.
If you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows, I have always hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child.
We gave people 12 weeks of paid family leave when no one else was doing it. And we did it for moms, we did it for dads.
You didn't do it for contractors. Funny little loophole there. Okay, I'm pooped. Yeah, I've been at this way longer than I intended. So, live stream Sunday, barring anything coming up. Please check it out. Going to be talking about how Mark Carney wants to bring Project 2025 up here to Canada. Yay. Yay. as well as some other, let's see, what other stuff is kind of in that docket. Oops, not that one. This one. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, Project 2025 stuff. Following up on school board stuff. Foreign worker. Doug Ford can't get over alcohol. And whatever else comes up tomorrow. There's supposed to be some really big protests in the UK for Palestine action tomorrow. There was 1,000 people pledging to be there with placards. So that will quite possibly make it into my news stream. I have a different project that I need to work on for the most of tomorrow that I need to get done because next weekend I'm involved with a fundraiser and I need to script out my bits. So that's probably going to be my main project for tomorrow. And then when I'm not doing that, I'll be working on the video so that I can end cap the Francesca part. Rachel, we met up for drinks in our hometown, strictly platonic. It was below freezing outside, so he drove me to the 3 blocks to my car, and I left my bag in his the day before I was flying back to Europe. But who? I don't know who you're talking about. Wes. Oh, Rich P. Why, last I saw she caused hilarious shitstorm because she sang a certain song at Bernie rally? I don't know. Am I a fan of the PCU? I don't know what that is. Oh, Brooksy. Okay. It was a movie in 1994. Does not ring any bells looking at it. Anyway, I should be going. My voice is about to give out. I've been at this way longer than I intended. I was hoping to go for my walk, which it's way too late for me to do that now, which is kind of disappointing because I really, really love going on my walks. But I'll definitely have time to go on my walk tomorrow, so that's nice. Okay. Nope, not that one. This one. There we go. There we go. And that one. Nope. That one. There we go. You know, routine. So, yeah. Everyone who's been sticking around this long, appreciate you. Thank you to everyone for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to all the people who've signed up and helped me out monetarily in any way whatsoever. I really, really appreciate it. It has helped to keep me going for almost 5 years now. Been at this for a while. So, until Sunday, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.